Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it this morning. I am Charmaine and I will be your host for today's roundtable meeting. It's very wonderful to see many colleagues and partners from across ADB, across our departments, country offices, and partner institutions. There are also people who are joining us online. So hello to them as well. Today's discussions are an important step in shaping a new platform that will help mobilize public and private investments to reduce chemicals and wastes pollution. We'll hear from experts, innovators working across policy, finance, and technology, and explore how applying a chemicals and wastes lens can add value to our operations and the work that we do in the region. Let us begin our morning with our first set of opening remarks. To open the roundtable, I would like to call Mr. Trevor Lewis. He leads ADB's corporate strategy. Hello, okay. Trevor leads ADB's corporate strategy in respect of private sector, and he also oversees ADB's operational policies and guidelines for private sector operations, PPPs, and private sector department. Trevor, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Real pleasure to welcome you all to this roundtable for the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility, a new platform under ADB and made possible through the generous support of our partners. Today, as mentioned, is a real start of a collaboration between our public institutions and our private sector actors to channel that finance and maximize innovation and really focus on market development towards a cleaner, safer, and more circular economies across Asia and the Pacific. So my job this morning is to set the scene a little bit and to start things off with some context. And I guess I'd like to just say, let's start off with the cost of inaction. It's really important for us to recognize that, according to what I've read in the Lancet, every single year, our global economy loses an estimate of $2.3 trillion, or about 2.7 of global GDP, to health and productivity losses from pollution-related diseases. And most of those are linked to chemicals, waste, and poor air quality. Now, importantly, here in Asia and the Pacific, that burden is especially acute because 92% of premature pollution deaths occur in low and middle income countries, those same countries that the world is looking to for driving the world's manufacturing, agriculture, and resource production, and happens to be where ADB's developing member countries are seeking inclusive and sustainable growth. So what's that telling us? It's telling us that pollution is not just an environmental issue, it's a macro financial and competitive challenge. And if it goes unmanaged, we're going to watch the erosion of human capital, the degradation of natural assets, and the deterrence of investment. So a call to action has to go beyond compliance. It needs to be about transforming industrial and waste systems into value-creating zero-waste models that attract private investment rather than repel it. So that's precisely where our CWFPF, supported by the Global Environmental Facility, comes in. It's a platform for us to de-risk and scale solutions that reduce chemical and waste pollution, that help our DMCs to advance net zero and net positive transitions, and while fostering markets and incentives for private sector participation and investment. So let me just frame a couple of points here for today's roundtable, because first and foremost, our roundtable today with all of you is to elicit stakeholder feedback. We very much want to, point out that despite growing awareness, only about 15% of global climate finance reaches pollution control and circular economy activities. And this gap exists not because the projects don't exist, but it's because they're fragmented or they're understructured or they're underfinanced. So your feedback today is crucial, not just on abstract design, but more about what will make our pipeline bankable. We're here to shape this CWFPF as a mechanism so that we can aggregate smaller pollution reduction and waste management initiatives into investable platforms so that we can use that very generous concessional GEF resources along with private risk-bearing capital. And we want to use ADB's transactions capacity and credit tools to crowd in markets, not to crowd markets out. So the second part is that today's exchanges in this roundtable really are about how we're all going to try to meet the test of real-world investability. And in that regard, I hope that today's roundtable looks to help our facility shape a better CW or chemicals and waste lens for our project design. So according to, for example, Accenture and World Economic Forum, they see that the circular economy transition potential is somewhere in the area of $4.5 trillion worth of global benefits by 2030. A very big number. I could have said 4.6. But the point of the matter is that even though that big number is there, progress remains slow. The Circularity Gap report in 2024 said that only 7.2% of materials globally are cycled back into use. That's in 2024. And the bad news is that in 2018, that was at 9.1%. So we're actually going in the wrong direction in terms of consumption. So this tells us that while the opportunity is very immense with that big number, that there are structural barriers that still exist. And we really do need to think about what we can do for that weak regulatory coherence, to figure out how we can improve traceable waste systems, and to figure out how those limited financial returns are improved for the early movers that we are hopefully joined today and that we'll be engaging with going forward. So if we can apply that chemicals and wastes lens to our project design, so that the CWFPF allows us to explore how those compliance costs for policy can be turned into competitiveness drivers, I think we'll be able to leverage things like industrial symbiosis, where one company's waste becomes another's input. Where we can also leverage green chemistry, where we see the lowering of material costs and liability risks, and where we can hopefully, as many of us have spoken about, and I'm sure, reminded ourselves about the importance of extending producer responsibility, which creates those predictable revenue streams that are so helpful for us to ultimately achieve risk-adjusted returns. So our goal today is to hear from our partners and our colleagues in this room, those financiers, those developers and policy partners, so that we can appreciate how we can align these approaches with what is ultimately an investment grade structure or a measurable outcome that can be banked. And we're going to hear from some industrial chemicals management advisors on how communities and ecosystems bear the hidden costs of chemical and waste pollution. And it's going to be important, right, for us to get those externalities appreciated about what needs to be integrated, what those externalities will represent for ADB to hopefully turn those risks into opportunities for both public and private sector. And then the next step will be importantly for us to demonstrate how early investment in sustainable chemical management can turn into nurturing some economic and long-term environmental resilience. So going past the point of just policy, but ultimately having long-lasting effect and impact. We'll also hear some private sector finance views as well on how the CWFPF can help to make pollution bankable. It's important that we do that through supporting knowledge, through technical assistance, and importantly that we have our eyes on the horizon of mobilizing greater private capital so we can make those attractive investment opportunities really sing from a song sheet of competitive risk-adjusted returns. Most encouragingly, I'm very happy to say that today's roundtable will also hear from what I hope is a looking forward picture, with 5 innovative enterprises from within the region joining us with their early experiences as they face into key markets where sound chemicals management is essential to their success in their models. And these companies are testing new models, and they're at the cutting edge of clean energy materials, science and circular economy, as well as finance for all of those. A final layer to our roundtable and its objectives is to take that project design lens that I just mentioned and make sure that we're also taking aim at strategic planning for good governance, for viability, and for implementation. Currently, according to the United Nations, something like 90% of the cost of waste disposal and pollution management is entirely shouldered by public authorities. Kind of understandable in a way, but yet fiscally, it's just a ratio that's unsustainable, fiscally or environmentally. And so I hope that this CWFPF will be a place for changing that balance and that we're able to anchor private finance as a possible partner, not just as a follower. Hopefully that's also going to take us in the direction of making sure that we have clear project designs that can successfully establish that sustainable governance and some good structured modalities so that we can allow private co-financing and equity participation in pollution reduction. That we can create some performance-based incentives for measuring against reductions in hazardous substances. And then hopefully we can scale where CWFPF supported operations can be linked to regional and global markets for green products, verified materials, and circular innovation. So conversations today, I hope, will really help to refine a lot of these elements to ensure that our facility not only serves as a financing window, but actually more speaks loudly as a market signal for the region that indeed chemical and waste management is investable, is measurable, and is profitable when done right. So to close, I've been discussing with the Secretariat, and they've consistently reminded me that the transition to net zero and nature positive economies will only succeed if we really also focus on eliminating the waste and pollution at their source. And I think that's really important to not just be about treating it after the fact. This means that we've got to really focus on how, in this platform, we seek to connect science, finance, and enterprise. And it means that we have to enable the private sector. We have to enable it to be able to lead and not just participate. So I hope that our platform can make that connection between the three very real. I hope that we can make use of ADB and GEF resources as well as other partners to help us de-risk. I hope that we can see ADB's colleagues here demonstrate that they have the tools and the operations to structure, and that ultimately we are here to help private sector bring its ingenuity to scale. So thank you for coming and helping us today to start on our operationalization of this vision, from going from concept to hopefully capital, and from waste to value. And I hope that this roundtable creates open and practical discussions for everyone, and that we can take this forward very clearly and practically. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a very good day.
Thank you so much, Trevor, for setting the scene for today's roundtable meeting. And now, to give us an overview of ADB's Environmental Action Plan priorities, I would like to call Ms. Yoko Watanabe. She is the Director of Environment, Climate Change, Resilience, and Environment Cluster, and also concurrently the ADB GEF Executive Coordinator.
Well, very good morning to everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. First of all, thank you very much for all of you to come here on an early morning and having your commitment to talk about the chemicals and waste financing partnership facility. It is a mouthful, I have to say. But it is, first of all, a great pleasure to have Undersecretary Annalisa Tay and also some of the GEF operational focal points on the screens, I guess, and then Mayor Leon of the municipality of Taytay Rizal, and distinguished guests and fellow ADB colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm very pleased to be here today to open this together with Trevor and others to really set the scene, and also to really nurture and see what we can do and detail preparation for this chemicals and waste and financing partnership facility. And basically, this facility really squarely addresses the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss and degradation, pollution, and chemicals and climate change issues. So it is actually really aligned with the Environmental Action Plan that ADB has been approved last year in 2024 as a new vision and a new strategy moving forward to 2030. And the Environmental Action Plan actually is really to increase nature positive and nature mainstreaming investments through both public and private sector financing, and unlock the huge gap we see today on environmental financing. Trevor mentioned quite a bit on the pollution side. We also see that on nature, there is a huge pressure right now. And in order to address the commitment that we have on biodiversity, under the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity, Global Biodiversity Framework, which pollution is a big threat to that. We see even over a gap of $900 billion annually. And we really need to reduce this gap by bringing and be innovative about bringing different financial resources and financial instrument, and particularly bringing in more innovative sources like bonds, credits, and different modality, including the blended finance. And the key is actually the private sector financing and invest in these areas because our economy really relies on it. And the production of these private sectors products are really reliant on natural resources. So first of all, ADB is really appreciating and really happy to be partnering with UNIDO on this new initiative on this facility. And we have been securing 32 million grant funding from the GEF, the Global Environment Facility. And what this financing is planning to do is to first provide technical assistance to bring that chemicals and waste lens that Trevor talked about, and have a strong projects and initiative that is bankable from sovereign and non-sovereign perspective. And we will be able to provide that technical expertise to the private sector as well as to the government. Another key element of this facility is to really develop and promote a new financing instruments. So we talked about private sector financing, the different guarantees and capitals and equity and others that we can think about. We can also talk about blended finance. We can also innovate and consider, as I said, different modalities that we tested with blue and green bonds. And now we have biodiversity bonds as well. And there is opportunity to apply that in chemicals and waste areas too. So that's a second pillar that I see that this facility can support. And the third point is, of course, the policy coherence and also policy support and knowledge sharing. This is a global initiative where we can really exchange lessons among the partners and stakeholders so that we can learn each other and scale those initiatives moving forward. And what is really important in that regard is really mainstream the chemicals and waste initiative in the sector work, particularly in the water, urban, agriculture, and natural resources, and in partnership with private sector and public-private partnership. So the main objective is to support the reduction and elimination of chemicals of concern and move forward with the net zero nature positive development, and have a key private sector and also key production sectors to engage in that zero waste journey. So the facility will be an operational platform designed for strategical investment in multifocal and multi-stakeholder and long-term cooperation in deploying technical expertise and channel resources to the programs and projects on chemicals and waste. So with that, the main funding, of course, is coming from the Global Environmental Facility, which ADB serves as one of the 19 GEF agencies. And we are really appreciative of how these grant resources can unlock the private sector and other resources that are required to scale these initiatives. And maybe at this time, it would be a good opportunity to talk about what we are doing with the GEF in ADB a little bit so that we know what the opportunities are. The GEF is ADB's longest running partner, and we have been working since 2022, I think. And we have been a key partner among the NDBs and UN agencies and others who are implementing the GEF resources. And I have to say, Philippines is one of the largest partner in terms of the GEF portfolio, and we have been strengthening initiatives on biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, and chemicals and waste issues. And I really have to say that, as you can see in this table, the climate change initiative is the largest portfolio with a gray area. But the chemicals and waste area is also growing significantly since past year. And also the whole entire leverage resources from GEF has reached to about 430 million from 86 projects during the past 20 years. And so we can say that the 20 million is leveraged per 1 million of GF resources, and we are proud to be one of the largest sort of co-financier for the GEF. As you can see here, we are the GEF itself is basically a financial mechanism to implement the climate change, the biodiversity, and then the combating desertification convention. When it was created in Rio Summit in 1991, it was designated as the financial mechanism to support these initiatives through the conventions. Importantly, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollution and also Minamata Convention is also a the GF serves as a financial mechanism. So there is opportunity to grow and do things more on the chemicals and waste areas. And we are proud to be partnering as one of the largest sort of partner working on the chemicals and waste areas. As you can see, maybe on the next table, there is a lot of chemicals and waste is in different focus and support different mechanism and address different chemicals and substances and processes. Maybe that's the next one. Oh yeah, this one. And in addition to Stockholm and Minamata Convention, there is also 2 other relevant conventions like the Basel Convention and also the Rotterdam Convention. Although these are not the, maybe that's the next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the 4 global conventions that are focused on chemicals and waste. And so through the GEF, the first 2, the Stockholm and the Minamata is supported. And then there is also the Basel and Rotterdam Convention that supports on the transboundary movement of hazardous waste. And we are here to support these initiatives since this really have a strong economic impact and health impact and also societal impact in the countries that we serve with. So the ADB GEF portfolio has funding across numbers of the diverse themes, as you have seen, and the large portion of it, the GF grants received by ADB are allocated to projects in these areas, and we are funding and more expanding to the biodiversity and also chemical and waste areas significantly over the years. Since 2022, ADB has leveraged around 47 million from the GEF for the chemicals and waste areas. And we are having this new facility on chemicals and waste funding with the 32 million that I've mentioned earlier. And some of the key areas of work that we have focused besides these facilities, just to name a few, the national projects in Indonesia that is working on plastics, and Vietnam on financing reduction of agrochemistry, and China on managing agriculture plastics. And the regional projects that we have been implementing through our circular economy and plastics technical assistance has been supporting in Indonesia and Philippines and Thailand and Vietnam to support on the plastic action plans at the national scale. So there's been significant progress in implementing chemicals and waste portfolio at ADB, and we are really excited to see that this facility will amplify that and build on the great work that we have been doing over the years. And at this point, I really wanted to kind of highlight on what we're doing on circular economy at ADB. We have a working group, as you may know, and many of you are a member here. And we have a working group on circular economy that has been providing the technical support and also tools to identify individual projects and also how we can sort of mainstream these initiatives within ADB sectors work and private sector work. And this facility will really unlock some of the work and scale these initiatives further. So circular economy alongside pollution management are three key pillars of the environmental action plan, the first sort of slide that you've seen. So we're focusing in addressing the triple planetary crisis here at ADB, and we facilitate at the sort of thematic level, working together with the sectors and private sector operational teams. And in order to work on circular economy, as Trevor also mentioned, it is really important that we don't only work on the sort of say source to sea, not on the seaside, meaning the downstream areas, but really on the upstream to reduce the use of plastics and also reduce of and make efficiency of resources at the source. So one, it is important that waste is designed out and eliminated from the project design. And also, two, the materials and products are kept on circulation through reuse and repair and resource recovery and recycling. And three, it is important that natural ecosystems are regenerated and restored. So we really look forward that this facility supporting some of these key initiatives that we have supported through the working group that we have established since 2020. As some of you know, the portfolio on chemicals and waste related initiative in ADB is growing, and there's some of the key initiatives like the Pasig River initiatives or the Indonesia's National Action Plan for handling marine debris. We are working now on the Philippines blue economy and also pollution reduction project that many of you are involved here. So this is really a great example of what we can do and build on, and hope this can be also replicated through the involvement of private sector who are here today. And so we're kind of really committed to supporting beyond recycling and allow ADB to capture more on the value add for a circular economy. Something to also highlight is there is a scope to support innovative enterprises to advance technology and enabling solution under this facility. It's called the Seed Venture Facility under this facility, and that can really bring in that private sector innovation and really innovate the initiatives on chemicals and waste. And we also look forward to the complementing the extended producer responsibility, the EPR schemes, where producers are responsible for the entire life cycle of the products. So these are key areas that we can work on under the facility. And this is an opportunity to bring in our innovation and efforts together and work as a team. And so in order to further work on this, I really feel that the new facility will provide support to the objectives and also priorities of the circular economy working group, and under the ADB's environmental action plan. And this can be done not through only this facility, but there are also other facilities at ADB. As many of you know, there is a Nature Solutions Finance Hub. There is the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, also the Ocean Resilience Coastal Adaptation and Financing Partnership Facility that has similar goals and can be working together and amplify the work on chemicals and waste and have a larger impact to also nature, biodiversity, and also to climate change. By working together, there can be a larger impact and also larger resource, both technical and financially, to come together and work on these issues together. So with these few words, I hope we got a gist of what we are doing with GEF and also with the ADB Environmental Action Plan, how the initiative fits in with the circular economy initiatives and the chemicals and waste initiatives that we have been already building in ADB. And this is an opportunity to bring in the private sector and scale the initiative further. So I know that in closing, my good friend Rolf Payet will be Executive Secretary of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention, is providing the opening remark as well. We really look forward to the partnership with these conventions and also with UNIDO and also governments like DNR and many others to work together and really address this pollution crisis in the world that we face today. So with that, thank you very much again, and really looking forward for a productive day. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I am very pleased to address you today on behalf of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions. The global challenge of chemicals and waste pollution demands not only political will, but also innovative financing. Under the BRS Convention, the Conference of the Parties have recently called for the development of strategies to mobilize resources beyond traditional grants and engage more coherently non-state actors and private capital. This is why the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility, or CWFPF, is so timely. The facility complements the JEF's catalytic grant financing with instruments designed to leverage private investments on a scale. At the Secretariat, we are already pioneering work on using bonds, private capital, and blended finance approaches with the JEF and the World Bank to accelerate the phase-out of PCBs. These experiences show with the right structures, private markets can be mobilized to deliver global public goods. An integrated and multi-sectoral approach is essential. Chemicals and waste issues must be embedded into the financing of major sectors such as health, water, urban services such as construction and waste management, transport, and most importantly, energy transmission and distribution. Multilateral development banks can unlock significant lending in those areas when they are supported by dedicated facilities that de-risk investment while ensuring strong country ownership. Countries must remain in the driver's seat, setting priorities and guiding investments to where they are most impactful. The CWFPF provides exactly this platform, providing a range of policy, knowledge, and transactional services, aligning technical expertise, concessional resources, and private finance to stimulate national demand and also embed chemicals and waste priorities into sectoral lending and also investment pipelines. The JEF has provided catalytic financing for this facility, which has the potential to scale up action, mobilize additional partners, and strengthen collaboration across multilateral development banks. In this way, the CWFPF can help transform JEF resources into a multiplier for sustainable investment, supporting countries, investors, and communities alike in achieving a cleaner, safer, and more circular economies. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello. Is it working? Yes, it's working. Thank you, Rolf, for that message. And now that we've set the global and institutional context, let's turn into the facility itself. To introduce the Chemicals and Wastes Financing Partnership Facility, mouthful, I'd like to call Mr. Arun Abraham. He is the ADB JEF Senior Environment Specialist.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I can use this clicking device, I guess, or not. Not working. Good. I'll just give a bit more operational view of what's been discussed up to now. We have a $32 million grant. That's from the Global Environment Facility, the GEF. It's a large multilateral trust fund. It's a family of trust funds. So the 32 million we're splitting with our partner, UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. They're based in Vienna, but they have a strong presence in the Philippines, and they have country offices across most of the region. So they are taking 10 million to do some very dedicated work that will feed into the process of the facility. And ADB will have the balance to lead and set up the facility and do a bunch of other things. When we say put a chemicals and waste pollution lens on investments, we think that, as Trevor mentioned, this is a very important thing to consider going forward. And for us, it's a value addition for ADB's developing member countries. Why is it a value addition? Each country that is a signatory to these conventions, the Stockholm and Minamata Convention, as well as the others, has an obligation to report annually on their progress. It's called a National Implementation Plan, or a NIP. And so this National Implementation Plan is roughly on the same level as their National Adaptation Planning, their NDCs on climate change, and their NBSAPs, which is the Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. But most countries are muted in the way they report it. Nobody, no country wants to disclose the level of chemicals and waste that are in their system. And so by allowing them or creating a facility that will unlock flows of resources to help them address the problems, we're providing a service to our partner countries. So this facility is going to support two things. One of them is project preparation, investment readiness for sovereign projects at ADB. But also we saw that there was a good opportunity to align with our private sector operations and support our ADB Ventures team to look at a seed venture facility to help early stage private enterprises. As Trevor said, we're on the kind of cusp of leveraging science, technology, material, policy, and finance. The facility is an operational platform. It's standard stuff at ADB. Strategic, multifocal, multi-stakeholder, long-term cooperation, a way to channel resources effectively. What's interesting here and what's innovative for the GEF is they've never done this before because they're giving us money for projects that we have not even funded yet. So we can't really report on the results. And so it's new for the GEF, but it's also new for most of the banks because they don't have chemicals and waste as a mainstreamed set of activities. So ADB is the first bank. There are 9 MDBs that are part of the GEF partnership. So we're the first ones to do this. And so they've asked us to support a coordination mechanism to work across all the other banks, the African Development Bank, EBRD, Inter-American Development Bank, World Bank, and others, to help them do similar things. And so we've already had one-on-one consultations with the World Bank and the African Development Bank, and they want to do this similar type of facility in their regions. The other timely element here is that ADB is going to be chairing the Heads of MDBs for Nature Working Group. And that provides a venue for us to be able to mainstream chemicals and wastes into these various agendas. Next slide, please. There is a kind of a Bible, a reference document, which is the Global Framework on Chemicals. It's quite new. There have been a number of different reports, but there's been merged into this main document. It's available online, but it really outlines the agenda for chemicals and wastes at the global level. And so I won't go into all the details, but there's a lot of challenges that these countries face. You can see them listed here. These are fairly standard issues. limited availability of and access to sustainable financing, complexity of global supply chains. The important one here is the lifetime impact of chemicals not well understood by scientists, policymakers, financial institutions, civil society, and general public. There's thousands of chemicals of concern out there that we don't even understand or we don't even know they exist. You can just go home and open up your cleaning cupboard. You can look at your fabrics in your clothing, the Gore-Tex waterproofing stuff. Your cars have flame retardants in the upholstery, etc. So it's pervasive, and they last a long time. Now I'll just go into the operating model to explain a little further here what it is that we're setting up. This is just kind of a two-dimensional diagram schema to see how the flow of operations. So we're looking at having a steering group, ADB, UNIDO, the convention secretariats that provide the backstopping on the legal obligations of countries, and other partners from time to time will form this kind of overarching steering group. On the left side, investment framework. So from ADB point of view, it's all about relevance, operational relevance. How is this relevant to the country programming that ADB does? ADB has country partnership strategies and indicative pipelines and programming for each country. And so we want the country programming process at ADB to flow into and feed into the work of the facility. Same with ADB Ventures and PSOD, the private sector operations. They have their priorities, and we want to be able to support whatever they're doing. Other IFIs and donors, bilaterals in particular, are supporting these types of activities. How can we make sure we align with and support them? And of course, UNIDO has a suite of demonstrations that they're going to support, and you'll hear about it a little later. And, really it's about how to make those pilot demonstrations in 5 different sectors bankable, not necessarily for ADB, but for other financing institutions. And then institutional investors. We don't want to forget that there are asset managers, hedge fund managers, venture capitalists out there. This may not be of interest to them now, but we'd like to keep them on the radar so that if this grows into something significant, we will be able to tap that resource to be able to scale up things. So we're looking at setting up a knowledge hub and electronic marketplace. You'll hear about that a little later also on what we're doing, the way the features and the content that we've been considering. We're looking at setting up a trust fund as we do at ADB. We're looking at setting up the seed venture window as well with our private sector partners. And we're also aligning with partner managed funds. That's a term we use at ADB for other funds that are aligned with the objectives of the facility, but not necessarily commingling or blending the funds with ADB's trust fund. So there are other organizations that have very similar funds. For example, the C40, which is an urban development group, urban support group. They're a membership of thousands of city mayors. And the C40 has an agreement with World Bank where they develop urban projects and feed into the World Bank private urban lending system into their pipeline. And so there's a suite of partner managed funds that we'd like to align with as well. We'll put in a screening mechanism. There will be selection criteria for both the support for sovereign projects, but also for the screening of private sector investments. And we will also have a fund management team, a fund management group that will support the facility, and that will be staffed by a number of different specialists, chemical specialists, gender safeguards and indigenous people specialists, business operations people, etc. And then we have, if you look at the top right, all the various partners, the government partners. It's usually ministries of environment, but increasingly we want to align with ministries of finance because that's where particularly with ADB, that's the main counterpart With the GEF, it's usually the ministries of environment, but now we're trying to take a whole of government approach. And so we will work with various government partners and subnational governments, strategic technical partners. There's a number of other organizations trying to do similar things, and associated GEF programs and projects. So GEF has a history of supporting chemicals and wastes for through the life of the GEF funding. It's only recently that ADB has come to the chemicals table at the GEF. We didn't have expertise in-house previously. We have James here on our team now, and we have some chemical support, and we've been able to rapidly increase our portfolio and get this funding for this particular project. But there are other lots of GEF chemicals projects out there. There's the GEF Islands, which deals with chemicals issues in SIDS countries, state independent small island countries. There's the GEF Gold, which is working on artisanal mining, very successful global project. There's the Green Chemistry Project run by Yale University that's supported by GEF. So we want to benefit from and align with them. Again, it's really about project origination, project development, project structuring, and preparation. With the GEF, we're required to deliver global environmental benefits. So there's a suite of core indicators at the GEF that we need to address, and I'll mention that in a few minutes. For ADB, what's the relevance? So when we talk to our colleagues in the bank about this, they'll say, well, how does this align with what we're doing in our various sectors? And so we've identified some of the areas where chemicals can be considered. Agriculture, food, nature, and rural development. They've expanded a $40 billion food systems transformation initiative. So there's lots of opportunity there, particularly with agricultural pesticides. And now some new cutting edge projects on cold chain logistics, where we can look at direct avoidance of HBCD, which is a very hazardous chemical. ADB board. The board direction has been given for a new initiative on critical minerals to manufacturing value chains. So that'll look at extraction industries, mining in particular, environmental compliance, cleanup, regeneration of legacy pollution, contamination, etc. Water and urban, very large sector at ADB, resilient river basin initiative. So these river basins are collection points where all the pollution flows. We'll hear a little later from James about the Passing River just outside. That's one example, but ADB has other examples in China and other countries with the Yellow River Ecological Corridor and other projects where we're looking at river basins as the kind of main point of entry. So there's lots of opportunity where waste management infrastructure is an essential component. We've heard from Yoko about the relevance to the Environmental Action Plan, which is the locus for our circular economy strategy. In our energy sector, energy and just transition, there's a lot of opportunity, particularly to look at PCB contamination in the older power transmission systems and look at upgrading or different types of alternatives. We have the next slide. We have the Action Plan on Healthy Oceans and Sustainable Blue Economy, where we are supporting usually coastal cities, agricultural watersheds, industrial zones to look at eliminating pollution, but also chemical contamination and plastic leakage into marine ecosystems. Yoko mentioned the Nature Solutions Finance Hub. They have $400 million funding from the OPEC Development Fund and the Agence Française de Développement, the AFD, but they need to be able to unlock that funding. So there's an opportunity to support the NSFH. ADB Ventures, we'll hear a little more about that later from my colleague Pang. In PSOD, there are a number of funds. One of them is the Canadian Climate and Nature Fund for private sector, or CANPA. That's a large fund also where we can play a role in project preparation, facilitation, and helping to unlock some of those funding. And then the recent AMAP, the president announced the ADP Market Accelerator Platform for Asia and the Pacific. I think there's going to be a focus on the Pacific island countries. And so there are a number of chemicals interventions that can be made in the Pacific SIDS economies and what we call frontier markets. Next slide, the types of support. There's a range of support, particularly for sovereign projects. There's a suite of actions we can support that are scientific and technical, chemicals assessments. And I'll mention that, chemicals assessments can be one type of input into the country partnership strategy process. So ADB works with each country to develop the country partnership strategy. If we have a chemical assessment embedded in there, this becomes central to the discussions with countries on their investment priorities. Other types of support, natural capital assessment, life cycle analysis, modeling, detailed engineering designs, those would all be eligible. On the market assessment and development side, policy studies, social and environmental risk and other assessments, supply chain studies, all the different types of feasibility and pilot studies would all be eligible. So all of those will be fleshed out in the proposal as we go forward. On the ADB Ventures types of support, I'm going to leave that for my colleague Pang to discuss in more detail a little later. And I'll just close up with this last bit on what were our deliverables? What did we tell Jeff that we're going to do? And first thing is set up the facility. There's things at ADB we need to do, the establishment paper, the implementation guidelines. We committed to Jeff on resource mobilization. We told them we would raise about $30 million over the life of the project to contribute to the fund. We have to do our procurement. Secondly is pipeline development. A lot of this is about supporting pipeline development. So we already have an indicative pipeline list of sovereign projects. James has been working with operations to identify some very good candidate opportunities. We have the pilot demonstrations that'll be supported by UNIDO, electronics in Thailand, mercury in the cement industry, cement kilns in Vietnam, textile in the Philippines, environmentally persistent pharmaceuticals in the Philippines. I think these are about all the expired medicines that go into the system. It's a big deal. And then what we call new POPs, chemical additives in products in Vietnam, and that will be in, I think, manufacturing industries. And then we'll actually support investments. So we've committed to 6 sovereign loans covering a range of sectors. At least 2 of them would facilitate direct access to capital by CSOs, women and youth-led businesses. 1 project that will attract private capital in chemicals prevention, abatement, and elimination. So we want an overlay of chemicals and wastes for about $1 billion of our sovereign lending portfolio. And on the private sector side, at least 15 innovative chemicals and management solutions advanced by early stage private enterprises. And we'll hear a little bit more about that later. And then finally, the knowledge and communications and knowledge management piece. We'll have a visibility strategy to align with Jeff, ADB, and UNIDO branding guidelines. And of course, the Knowledge Hub and e-marketplace. My colleague Charmaine will elaborate on that later. Now, the main thing we need to deliver are global environmental benefits. So we need to be able to have measurable, quantifiable targets for very specific chemicals. PCBs, how many metric tons of PCBs were we able to avoid or replace over the 20-year life cycle? So like that, there's a very rigid results architecture that Jeff has that we need to report on. And so hopefully we'll be able to do that. I'm going to leave it there. And thank you all very much.
Thank you, Arun. And now to share lessons and key outcomes from chemicals and waste programs and projects in the Philippines, please welcome Undersecretary Annalisa Rebueltete, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and the Jeff Operational Focal Point for the Philippines.
Thank you very much. Um, Colleagues from ADB, UNIDO, JEF, from government, private sector, civil society, and other organizations actively working on environmental issues who are at the forefront of waste management efforts. Good morning. Please allow me, on behalf of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, to express our gratitude to ADB for this opportunity to share our experience in implementing chemicals and waste programs and projects in the Philippines. These initiatives are aligned with our National Sustainable Development Agenda and our commitments under international conventions such as Stockholm Convention on POPs and Minamata Convention on Mercury. We also welcome the ADB's role in establishing and managing the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility project, which will serve as an operational platform to mobilize financing, knowledge, and innovation in support of sound chemicals and waste management. This facility is very aligned with our national priority to address the pressing environmental challenges we face, particularly those related to hazardous waste management, the pervasive threat of chemical pollution, and the need to connect these issues with broader concerns such as climate change, impacts to public health, and circularity. The Philippines fully recognizes the growing urgency of addressing the complex and interconnected issues of chemical pollution and improper hazardous waste management. Earlier, Aaron presented the various problems being confronted in the region in this area. And these overlapping challenges demand not only stronger actions, but also the forging of strategic partnerships with the government, the private sector, communities, alongside the adoption of innovative approaches that can fundamentally transform the way we manage our resources and safeguard our environment. That's why we always say that we need to adopt a whole of society approach. In the Philippines, we face a unique set of challenges that require context-specific solutions. And in response, the DNR, together with the other agencies, has implemented several programs and projects over the years, supported by JEF, UNIDO, and other development partners. But these initiatives mostly focus on eliminating POPs, improving the safe handling and disposal of hazardous waste, promoting sound management practices in industries. These projects have helped strengthen our regulatory systems, build local capacities, and fostered meaningful partnerships with the private sector and the other stakeholders. These efforts have also demonstrated that environmental protection not only safeguards public health and ecosystems, but also opens up new opportunities and drives green innovation. So let me highlight some of the key lessons and recommendations that can guide us as we expand our environmental cooperation to other industries such as textiles and pharmaceuticals, which would be the focus of the pilot demonstrations of good practices and business models under this project that we will be undertaken by or that will be undertaken by UNIDO. UNIDO. First, while previous chemicals and waste projects that we have implemented have laid strong technical foundations, they have demonstrated limited financial scalability. Nearly all DNR chemicals and waste initiatives under JEF, UNIDO, JICA, GIZ, UNDP were grant-based pilots. Although they have achieved strong technical outcomes, they have struggled to mobilize private capital or attract follow-on investment. So this underscores the need for a blended finance framework to ensure sustainable growth and wider impact. Second, there's lack of adequate project preparation support, which remains a barrier to scale up good pilots. So it's good to hear in the presentation that there will be really a good, a robust project development preparation support that will be given. Many of the successful pilot interventions that we had, such as electronic waste dismantling centers established in the 3 areas in the country with the support of UNIDO, need to transition into full operational investments for them to be sustainable. Future projects will require thorough feasibility studies, business models, and risk sharing mechanisms to facilitate replication and scaling. Through this Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility, ADB will provide the critical support to project preparation and investment readiness for loan projects and also enable private sector operations through public-private partnerships that might be associated with loans, as we will see in the Pasig River Rehabilitation example later on, as well as to provide seed financing for early stage enterprises that are in the chemicals field. This assistance will help our governments integrate chemicals and waste perspectives into project design and financing, enabling the development of stronger pipelines of bankable, environmentally sound investments that align with our national sustainable financing priorities. Third, we recognize the need for private sector engagement to evolve from mere compliance to one that promotes active co-investment, as also mentioned by Trevor earlier. Currently, the engagement of private entities is limited to corporate social responsibility or CSR-driven partnerships or roles as waste service providers rather than as strategic investors. So while there is a strong interest among industry groups, there remains a gap in understanding financing options, credit risk tools, and investment structuring specific for chemicals and waste projects. Here, the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility can play a crucial role in addressing this gap by institutionalizing public-private investment platforms through the proposed e-marketplace. This platform will help DNR, ADB, and our Department of Finance to effectively connect private developers and investors to eligible chemicals and waste projects. Fourth, aligning chemicals and waste with the National Sustainable Finance Agenda is essential to mainstreaming these efforts within the broader green growth framework. So integrating chemicals and waste management into the Philippine Sustainable Finance taxonomy will unlock green finance opportunities for projects in recycling, chemical substitution, and circular production. This alignment will ensure that CWM initiatives are formally recognized as eligible green investments, thereby attracting both sovereign and private capital. By embedding CWM within the Philippine Sustainable Finance Roadmap, the country can transform pollution management into bankable opportunities that can help advance sustainable industrialization, cleaner production, climate resilience, and hopefully the creation of new types of employment opportunities. This fully supports the objectives of the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility led by ADB and UNIDO. And it comes to my mind about the Green Jobs Act. This will provide the investments needed to support green employment and thereby also encouraging private sector to invest. And lastly, building institutional capacity is crucial for financial and technical sustainability. So developing a comprehensive capacity building roadmap with ADB and UNIDO, focusing on investment appraisal, risk management, and project monitoring, for our Environmental Management Bureau in particular, Department of Finance, local governments is very important. The establishment of a knowledge hub under the facility to share data, lessons, and pipeline information, building continuity beyond project cycles is an important element of this whole initiative. So basically, the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility represents a transformative and timely opportunity to address the pressing environmental challenges we face in relation to hazardous waste management, pervasive threat of chemical pollution, and the need to link this to climate change, resource efficiency, and public health. So while the facility can deliver a lot of assistance, and we have to admit that there are challenges on the absorptive capacity of our institution. So I have mentioned about capacity building, and the project financing will therefore be relevant to constantly increase and provide continuous improvement and sustainability. That's ensuring long-term sustainability will require innovative financing models and private sector engagement. I want to emphasize that the success of this facility and our broader efforts to create a sustainable and pollution-free Philippines hinges on our collective commitment and proactive engagement. And we request engagement, active engagement, unwavering support, and dedicated collaboration among all the stakeholders, all our partners from the national agencies, private sector innovators, our partners from the academe, of course, the community leaders on both the critical areas of textile waste and environmentally persistent pharmaceuticals management. This is not just about mitigating environmental burdens and protecting public health. It's also about creating new economic opportunities, fostering innovation, and building a more resilient and equitable society for future generations. The department remains steadfast in its commitment to working alongside all of you to address the challenges, scale effective solutions, and achieve our shared vision of a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future. By working together, we can effectively tackle chemical pollution, improve waste management practices, safeguard our precious environment, and create a legacy of sustainability for future generations. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Yusek Te. And so before I let everyone go into coffee break, I would like to invite you to come for a group photo. We can, maybe it's better if we take it from here and everyone could be, yes. So we have a super powerful camera here that could capture everyone. So please smile, and our photographer will come here up front. Oh, okay. Now we need to scoot together so that, we could come closer and we could capture everyone in the frame. Okay. Okay, let's move a bit closer. Ready. Oh, Okay, you may now go and get your coffee and snacks, and please be back in 15 minutes. For our audience online, we will get back to you in a little bit. We are just taking a break. Please take a break as well.
Check.
Sa kawalan ng bed, speaker ang mag-a-adjust. Hello, everyone. Hello, everybody. Wala tayong. Hello, hello. Wala, ayaw. We can't hear it. Hello, hello. Hindi nga eh. Okay, let's go. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Are we online? Yes, we are. Okay, I hope everybody had a good break. We are about to start our mid-morning session. Door closing. Okay, let's begin. To open our mid-morning session, we'll hear about why chemicals and wastes link finance, communities, and sustainability. I would like to invite Mr. Carlo Lupi on stage. Carlo is an international expert on chemicals, waste, and circular economy and has supported more than 40 countries in designing and implementing bankable projects that promote POPs elimination, mercury reduction, and circular business models. Carlo?
Thank you. So it's good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today. In my talk, I'd like to share some practical cases from my experience and re-examine them through the lens of financing to try to answer this question on why are chemicals and wastes important for financing institutions. I'm not supposed to give a definitive answer to that, but just I hope that my view will be. So, first of all, let's have a look at this picture, the table on this picture. And let's imagine that instead of giving a ordinary speech, I'm telling you cookies, pizza slices, chips, and whatever. And I offer you two options. One option is you pay me $1 and you will just put the empty boxes and any food remains on the table. The other option is that you pay me, let's say, a bit more, $1.50, something like that, and I'll take care of the boxes on the waste and everything. So initially, I think everybody will say why we should have to pay more. So nobody will pay more than $1. But as time go by, the table will get full of boxes, waste, until at a certain point it's not even possible to work because we have not even room for our laptops. And this is exactly how environmental externalities work, because some damages are dramatically visible since the very beginning, but others, like air pollution or even progressive building up of waste, are not immediately visible. And too often there is another aspect that we have to consider, that those who cause the harm don't pay the price. So it's the community to pay the price. And as the market only appears once hidden costs are made visible, is actually in the interest of financing institutions not only to harvest ready-made market, but to help reveal and assess hidden costs. In that way, the environmental opportunities actually emerge. So let me talk shortly about another analogy. In my view, financing institutions are not just moving money around. They are part of an ecosystem. I'm a biologist, so I love to think things as part of an ecosystem. And I think banking institutions are really part of an ecosystem. Like the tree in this picture, their health depends on whether the environment around them is well managed or instead is damaged by impacts no one wants to address. Obviously, we have different kind of financing institutions. We have institutions which are supported by donors and disbursing grants, like the GEF. We already heard about the GEF in the previous presentation. But we also have private institutions providing loan services where risk management and combined financial and environmental results are the key. But both can be analyzed through an ecosystem lens, because money can be considered as the sap flowing from roots to leaves and back again, enriched by the photosynthetic work of the leaves that can be considered the productive community. So to succeed, the financing institution, no matter they are commercial banks or donor trust, they must perform well on both collection and distribution side. In short, a financing institution thrives only when its environment thrives. A banking helping a community to stay healthy is in fact helping itself. So a bit of story about the GEF and the Stockholm Convention. Between the 60s and the 90s, several chemical disasters shook public awareness. Yu Shou and Yu Cheng, the two cases of PCB contamination, the terrible disaster of Bhopal in India, the release of dioxin in my country, in Seveso, Italy, and the massive release of Agent Orange by the USA military operation during the Vietnam War. At the same time, scientific research clearly demonstrated the persistence and toxicity for human health and the environment of a number of synthetic chemicals. And this evidence eventually triggered stronger national and regional regulations and a global response, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants. That convention was adopted in 2001 and initially banned 12 of the most hazardous substances, the so-called dirty dozen, including several hazardous pesticides like DDT, but also PCB, used the polychlorinated biphenyls used in dielectric fluid, and dioxin. But since the very beginning, the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, acted as an international financing mechanism to support countries phasing out or safely managing these chemicals through inventories, policy reform, and destruction projects. But as the regulation matured and countries started endorsing and implementing the Stockholm Convention, new categories of hazardous chemicals emerged, particularly those used in the industrial processes. Today, the convention covers more than 40 chemicals, including some specific PFAS, a number of brominated flame retardants, and short-chain and medium-chain chlorinated paraffin. Accordingly, the GEF's focus evolved from end-of-pipe projects and interventions, mostly taking care of the destruction of pop stockpiles, to upstream prevention addressing pollution before it occurs. So in the last years, in the recent years, the GEF has further expanded its scope, recognizing even plastic waste and e-waste as global environmental threats due to their chemical content and planetary scale. There were 8 GEF replenishment cycles up to now, and their budget increased from the 1 billion of the very initial GEF to the 5.33 million of the last GEF replenishment cycle number 8. What is also important to highlight is that in the first 6 cycles of the GEF, the focus was mostly on toward downstream, addressing downstream contamination and eliminating POPs stockpile, like, for instance, DDT, PCB in transformers, but even dioxin from the emission of industrial facility. In the last 2 cycles, GEF 7 and GEF 8, the focus shifted upstream. So preventing the use of new POPs, like, for instance, the short-chain and medium-chain chlorinated paraffins, and several brominated flame retardants and many other chemicals, including some of the PFAS, into the industrial processes. Avoid, since the very beginning, the pollution of the environment. So this marked the transition of the chemical and waste focal area from reactive remediation to preventive and transformative investment. So when we talk about waste and chemicals, we often focus on their risks for the environment, but we forgot that a managed waste also represents a lost value on a massive scale. Every year, about 50 billion in recoverable metals and materials are lost from e-waste that's never recycled. Only 1% of the demand of critical mineral is extracted from the e-waste. From plastic, at least another $50 billion vanish, but this $50 billion is only based on the consideration of the energy content of plastic waste, not as material. If we consider plastic waste as material, that value would be 3 times higher. And from food and organic waste, based on the FAO estimates, we have roughly $750 billion in annual losses. So altogether, this represent almost the GDP of Vietnam and the Philippines together as lost values for the community. And obviously, these issues are also relevant to the ADB's entry point in chemicals and waste management, from critical minerals and mining to plastics and agriculture. Another aspect, it was mentioned by Mr. Trevor at the very beginning of this workshop, represent the cost of chemical pollution Obviously, the cost of chemical pollution is not included in the governmental budget. You won't see an item with chemical pollution cost. But this has been monetized by several international institutions, and the global value of the cost of chemical pollution is extremely high, is in the order of tens of trillions dollars per year, which represent the GDP of mid-size developed country. Is not anymore a small-sized country. But the reversal is also true, because if we look at the benefit that has been achieved in the USA for air pollution control, that benefit has been estimated by UNEP in the Global Chemical Outlook in 2019 as around $1 trillion per year, compared to a cost of 25 billion per year. So I will be very happy to have in my account this kind of investment, investing one and receiving back 50. So this is something that we have to consider when investing in environmental protection. So now, another aspect is at the micro level. When we shift from the micro scale to the, let's say, to the level of enterprises, many enterprises think that actually the investing in the environment is a pure cost. I'm not talking about enterprises which are mainly involved in environmental business. I'm talking about enterprise, for instance, in the mining or manufacturing and so on. But looking at some surveys performed by scientific institutions, we may see that by investing in, for instance, in reducing hazardous releases, or even adopting corporate social responsibility with an environmental objective, will actually improve the financial performance of industrial enterprises. I went through a number of articles, and the common lessons of this kind of studies, besides that they are statistical studies, so they are not providing the linkage why this is working. But one important lesson is most of the return of the environmental investment for the enterprises is in the medium term. That means that the regulation has to be clear and stable enough for enterprises and financing institutions to invest that. Because if the framework is changing very quickly or is uncertain, there is no willingness of enterprises to invest in the environment. So now let's move to some practical examples. I'm discussing some of the pilots UNIDO is proposed to implement under the CWFPF, and also some reflections from real cases I faced during my career in chemical and waste projects. So from one side, I will discuss something related to the replacement of chemicals in industry, elimination of stockpiles, and even reduction of chemical releases on the side of chemicals. On the side of waste, I will talk about upstream waste reduction, collection, enhanced collection and safe processing, recycling and upcycling, and so on. So the first case I'd like to talk about is the textile upcycling initiative here in the Philippines. This is a proposal for a pilot plant under the CWFPF based on a patented PTRI technology, which will be implemented by a local Filipino textile industry, biotextile. This pilot aims to upcycle around 10 to 12 tons per day of cutting textile waste generated by the local community of garment manufacturers. It will include social components. These social components will assist local firms in reducing their textile waste through smart cutting procedures so that will also help them to save money in purchasing material because that will reduce their material needs, and segregating textile waste by fabric and color. The other component is a technical one, a mechanical plant for fiber opening, yarning, and spinning with no chemical treatment or water consumption. I'm not going to the calculation that have been developed by UNIDO for the global environmental benefit, but those are quite substantial. They will include chemicals avoided, waste avoidance, greenhouse gas, and, and PFAS also avoided. And these benefits will obviously justify the GEF grant requested for kind of pilot. I took the liberty to examine the possible option for this kind of initiative, even based on the discussion that we had in Tai. So basically, we may see two different situations. One could be export of the upcycled yarn to China. That will ensure an annual revenue of 0.9 to 1.5 million US dollar. In this case, the margins are quite limited because they will have to compete with the Chinese material. The other case, for the other case, we have to consider that in the Philippines, 95% of the yarn is actually imported from China. So if we want to be competitive with that market, we have to ensure quality and we have to ensure quite a good price for the yarn. But nevertheless, if we achieve that, and this is possible even because of the knowledge involved in this project, we may achieve a net price after shipping of 1 to 1.3 US dollar per kilogram, meaning that we will have 2.1, 2.7 million US dollar per year. And that obviously it's a better situation, maybe more challenging from the technical point of view, but it will offer stronger margins, support local industry, will reduce the import dependency. And first of all, it carries a strong sustainability narrative. Filipino waste transformed into Filipino yarn for Filipino textiles. So I think this kind of case where we have developmental objective, developmental and social objective, environmental result, and very likely also good financial result are exactly the one that we should consider bankable. So before talking of this other case, that should be, there should be a video here. Okay. Yeah. Before talking about the post-pilot for Vietnam, I would like to talk a bit about the case of the Vietnam Minh Khai village, the country's largest plastic recycling village. For years, low-value plastic discarded by recyclers, by the informal recyclers of that village, were polluting the entire village because they cannot be recycled simply. So they just put the waste everywhere in their village. Actually, this is the cemetery. And that waste get burned in the night. So the toxic fumes even went to Hanoi. So to solve the problem, with support from a multinational food company, system was established to collect and pre-treat this non-recyclable plastic and send them to the cement kiln for co-processing. That worked pretty well. This project was both from the financial side and the technical and environmental side, and was also supported by the local government. Eventually, this has been stopped because it was not considered, let's say, circular. It was just taking care of the downstream part. But that was not the only problem. Another problem was also to deal with an informal community which create some doubt to the donors that eventually decide to stop to support the project. But recently, this project has been again revamped by UNDP Vietnam and placed under the umbrella of a wider project on circular management of plastic with support from another donor. So now, from June this year, this project is going on again. And here is the title from a newspaper reporting this evidence. So based on that, in Vietnam, also with bringing the experience of two participating cement factories, Vietnam is now proposing a pilot focused on combined waste co-processing and mercury reduction that will go under the CWFPF pilot proposal. So basically, by combining co-processing of low mercury waste, and actually, for instance, plastic waste is a low mercury waste, with measures like technical measures to prevent mercury emission, sorbent injection, dust shuttling, and so on, the emission of mercury can be significantly cut. For a big plant in 2 years, that could mean avoiding 300 to 480 kilograms of mercury release. And based on the estimates of the cement kiln factory themselves, the break-even of this kind of initiative could be in the order of 5 years, or even less in the case of the use of high calorific content waste. Obviously, the challenge of co-processing in cement kiln remains. One is public acceptance, another is upfront investment on pretreatment. A third one is the need of steady waste flows and kiln operation. But when those conditions are met, co-processing shows a very profitable and environmental beneficial option. So another UNIDO CWFPF pilot is the one proposed for Thailand on the e-waste management and right to repair. Thailand produces more than 420,000 tons of e-waste per year. And this amount includes 57 millions of mobile phones discarded and 60,000 tons of computers, which roughly is like each Thai citizen is replacing his phone every 15 months and a computer every 30 months, which is much shorter than the technical life cycle of this equipment. So the pilot project here has two components. One is upstream, which is very important, by strengthening the repair ecosystem. So the project envisaged to support 20 shops with trained and some equipment to ensure wider and better quality repair service. And the other is downstream by expanding the collection network of e-waste in Bangkok from the existing 22 point to 250 point, meaning additional 500 tons of e-waste being safely recycled. So, but on Thailand, there is, I think it's important also to highlight some other aspects. If we look at this picture, at the graph in this picture, the first two columns in the right are about repair. So the blue is the amount of material in tons, and the gray is the financial outcome in $1,000 US. And on the right, we have recycling tons. So in that case, we have 1,000 tons, and in gray, again, we have the financial outcome. So it's very evident from this picture that repair is much more profitable than recycling. This doesn't mean that recycling is not important or that we should avoid recycling. One thing that we learned even here in the Philippines is that the pressure, the content of, for instance, gold and other valuable mineral in the e-waste is getting down. So in the future, very likely, we have to look at e-waste not in terms of their content of precious metal, but also in terms of critical minerals that can be extracted, that will get very strategic, given also the geopolitical situation we are facing now. Another aspect, and I'll talk about that in the next slide, concerns the conflict that we have on repair. So basically, each 3 devices repaired, we have 1 less device which will be sold, manufactured, and sold. So that may be considered as a conflict between a community of repairers, so a very distributed job, and the business of big brands selling mobile phones. But actually, the trend is that the repair economy is getting bigger and bigger, and even the big brands are now considering repairability as part of their brand value. So the trend will be this one. If the two will join the force, obviously that will be very beneficial for the community and the environment. And this also will be reflected in different financial approach needed for a small repairing shop or for setting the, let's say, the environment for instance, standards and collection and so on. And I will take the opportunity of this repair versus recycling or manufacturing conflict to talk a bit about the financial dilemma of waste avoidance. First of all, we have to be aware that recycling is not solving our environmental problem. Based on the Circular Gap report, the share of secondary materials decreased in the last years. And the plastic consumption doubled since 2000, but only 9% of the plastic is being recycled. And the same is for e-waste, because the e-waste generation is rising 5 times faster than the capacity for formal recycling, and only 1% of the demand of rare earth or critical mineral is covered by recycling. So this is not, the recycling is a solution, but it is not the only solution, and maybe it's not the main solution. So, but what is the problem of recycling? Is obviously that avoidance of waste. The problem is that each plastic sachet not sold, each device not replaced is lost revenue for big players. So this is quite a conflict. But, and what could be the solution in terms of financing of this kind of strategy? To me, this is exactly where sovereign finance and governance should meet, because we have to finance the market side of plastic avoidance through national programs to create the rules and the infrastructure for instance, for reuse, refill, repair, shift from product to service, or even longer product life and right to repair and so on. So the return won't be in terms of the number of products sold, but will be in terms of less land consumed by landfills, lower emission, lower resource import, and more green jobs across circular jobs. And here we may involve different type of financing facility. One is obviously the grants, for instance, from the GEF, because avoiding waste means also avoiding release of toxic chemicals, both upstream in the manufacturing stage and downstream. But also there will be the need of support of small and medium enterprises, that those are the ones who, at the end of the day, make avoidance practical and on the ground. And private financing institution can also support enterprises, as many innovative business with waste avoidance potential are highly promising in terms of financial performance. So the question is rather not whether waste avoidance is bankable. The question is rather which part of the society do we choose to finance to make waste avoidance real. And so yes, before talking about another pilot, I will spend a few words on the PCB, polychlorinated biphenyls, as dielectric. I'm working on PCB since more than 20 years. Actually, that was my first project in China. If you look at this graph, the first three couple of columns represent the cost of compliance. The cost of compliance may be the higher columns represent the cost of transformer replacement, then we have the cost of cleaning up the transformers and the cost of missed energy due to technical operation for transformers maintenance. The last two columns, and actually the first column is 0, is the penalty for non-compliance. And this is the problem. So I'm not saying that the PCB business is not a business, because there are enterprises actually living out of that PCB decontamination work. What I'm saying that is that the treating or disposing in an environmental safe mode a PCB contaminated transformer costs many times more than the average government penalties for non-compliance. And even here in the Philippines, or in Indonesia, or in many other countries where I worked, the penalties are too low to change behavior, and they very often are not even endorsed. So to me, PCB could be a promising case, because there are still a lot of PCB contaminated transformers to be reclaimed, to be treated, but without proper regulation and enforcement, even the best financing model would collapse. So to me, this is a lesson that we actually need better regulation concerning some of the POPs. So two good examples. Actually, they will inspire another pilot in Vietnam by UNIDO, but the examples are from a project performed by UNDP under the UNDP Green Chemistry in Vietnam, very similar to another project which is going on now here in the Philippines. Before talking about that, I will say that so we can think of a product, and that's a product like a recipe. If the recipe is good, no industry would like to change that recipe, because that would cost a lot in terms of change of manufacturing and so on. They will change, industry will change their chemicals only when consumers demand safer products, or when liability risks grow, or when the regulation is properly enforced. So in Vietnam, we had two cases of enterprises replacing hazardous chemicals, actually replacing POPs under this project. One was a PFOS in a plating facility, the picture on the bottom of this slide, and the other was a replacement of short-chain chlorinated paraffin in a paint manufacturing industry. In one case, we had a slight increase of the cost of products, but that slight increase of the cost of the price actually didn't correspond to decrease in their market. Actually, that corresponded to an increase in their international market because of higher quality of their products. So the lesson here for financing institution could be that financing institution can provide, for instance, customized services, including financial risk assessment to large enterprises, or government can be provided with sovereign loans to support small and medium enterprises on the side of chemical replacement, with tools like tax reduction, exemptions, or green chemistry incentives. And of course, these are just two examples. Now we are facing the situation of PFAS. We will learn about PFAS replacement also this afternoon by some of the enterprises intervening in this workshop. The PFAS, the so-called forever chemicals, very likely the PFAS-free chemicals, the PFAS-free products will reshape the competitiveness of products in the next years. So that is another aspect to be considering the replacement of hazardous chemicals in manufacturing. Last pilot is about the expired pharmaceutical and antimicrobial resistance here in the Philippines. The next GEF9 strategy explicitly identified environmental persistent pharmaceutical as a priority threat. So they will be included somehow in the next replenishment cycle. But the reason is rather simple, because pharmaceuticals are designed to act on living organisms, but their effect don't stop with the patient. They can be released in the environment, bringing antimicrobial resistance. So basically reducing the usefulness of antibiotics for the patient, but also bringing some endocrine disruption effect and so on. And another very important aspect is that pharmaceuticals are not common goods. They cannot be recycled, they cannot be reused. Expired pharmaceuticals just to be destroyed. And so, again, here we will have upstream reduction of the unused pharmaceutical and downstream actions. So the pilot here in the Philippines will cover both households and healthcare facilities, with setting secure collection, transport, and environmentally sound disposal of expired and unused medicine. And we will also have very likely a sub-pilot which will test modular wastewater treatment designed to degrade pharmaceutical residues and PFAS in wastewater. The expected environmental benefits will be in the order of 1.5 to 8.3 tons of antibiotics and 3.5 to 19 tons of endocrine disruptors per year from uncontrolled release. Obviously, we may think that this pilot is about pure cost, because we are not selling any product, even recycled waste out of that. But what we are selling, let's say, the market for that is that we actually are decreasing a lot the health expenditure for the community. And that money will be available for something else rather than, treating contaminated area, but even curing patients that are cannot be anymore cured by antibiotics. So let me conclude this presentation. I think we can figure out two different areas for financial intervention in chemical and waste. From one side, we have cost avoidance and even reduction of the loss of value through waste. And this is obviously very relevant. I think it's very evident to everybody that the action will provide financial benefit to the community. So in that case, the power of international financing institutions can be used to support governments and private stakeholders on their chemical and waste program, but also to show the true price of inaction. What I said at the very beginning, that the financing institutions should provide support to assess the cost of pollution and waste generation, not only finance project for that, just because by enhancing the awareness will indeed create the market. But, and I think we will learn more this afternoon, beside the avoidance of cost, there is actually a circular economy, a number of enterprises which are already providing direct monetary return from their activity. For instance, obviously, repair is one, upcycling, as we saw from the Philippine pilot, we hope is another one, reuse, product to service model, and chemical replacement also. So this kind of intervention very often start at the small and medium enterprise level, but sometimes they have the potential to grow up to the mainstream markets. And these obviously are not nice to have projects, but they should be simply considered as smart financing that stabilize economies, create jobs, and strengthen resilience. So my conclusion is that chemical and waste matter for financing institutions because they sit at the intersection of financial health, social stability, and environmental resilience. Ignoring them is very expensive, but investing in them is simply smart finance. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlo. Okay, I just realized that a lot of our speakers are really tall. So I'm going to put a microphone here so that you won't struggle when you're giving your presentations. And for those of you who have questions for Carlo, please hold on to them, write them down, and save it for the open forum after the rest of our speakers have presented. Okay, so our next presentation will be about the private and public sector financing opportunities. I would like to call Mr. James Baker, Senior Natural Resources and Agriculture Specialist of ADB.
Working? No. Yes. Nope. Turn it on. Hello. There we go. Right. So thank you very much. What I'd like to do now is look at how chemicals and waste can present in sort of real world projects that we come in, real world investments, and the opportunities that come from that. And we're using the Pasig River as an example, but I do want to emphasize that what I'm talking about here has not been found in the Pasig River. We are not responsible for this. It's just purely to help you frame the idea in your mind. So chemicals and waste, as we know, we see them everywhere. We see plastic pollution. We understand that chemicals leach into the environment. But what we need to think about is that persistence. And everybody today has talked about persistent pollution. They've talked about legacy. It doesn't go away. So when we start to look at projects like rehabilitating the Pasig River, we can see that we have floating plastics. They're current problems. These are plastics that have arrived in the last few weeks. We've cleaned them out. We've made it look good. We've made it look better. But we have a distinct problem of legacy pollution. So these are the pollutions that have occurred in the last 20 years, the last 40 years, the last 1,000 years. We have sites around Europe and in Asia where Neolithic metalworking has contaminated sites. The behaviors in many, many years ago are still present. And as we start to look at how we rehabilitate, how we go into these sites, we run the risk of disturbing these chemicals. At the moment, they are present in the environment. They are within the sediments. They're not sequestered. They're not locked in, but they are stable. And as we start to look at development opportunities, we run into these challenges, and particularly in urban scenarios. So what we need to do is look at the opportunity for using this chemicals and waste approach to limit the risks. So how do we avoid causing more problems? How do we avoid disturbing past legacy challenges? How do we avoid becoming liable ultimately for those problems that pre-exist that we have now disturbed? And this is ultimately the basis of the polluter pays principle. If we don't touch it, it doesn't become pollution. But if we get involved with it, it suddenly becomes our problem, both as a government, as an investor, as a project manager, which is fine if we know we're going to address that. If we understand what is there and we have the capacity, the capability to deal with it. Unfortunately, some of the chemicals that exist in our world, we just don't have the technology, the ability, or the finance to deal with. We don't want to inadvertently begin that process because we didn't know it was there. So we look at our Pasig River, fantastic, very well developed rehabilitation plan, a beautiful vision for a social, a community, an environmental improvement, make life better within Manila, improve the quality of the water, improve the quality of life, all very positive, interesting, excellent motivation. But when we start to look at that, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be dredging. We're going to be going through construction. We're going to start building. We're going to start digging out sediment. We're going to start digging out old sites alongside the river. And this is when you start to run into a challenge of institutional memory, community memory, our own memory. Oh, wrong way. And it's amazing how quickly people forget. So I'll give you an example. Pelelia Refinery was shut down in 2002. There are people, hopefully, is there anybody 23 or younger in the room? You know, perhaps all a little bit older than that. I know I am. But there are people entering the workforce who weren't even born when that site was shut down. They didn't even know that there was an oil refinery in Pelelia. They didn't even know that we used to barge oil across Laguna de Bay. That memory, that institutional memory, just isn't there. So you can very quickly get people making decisions. They look at, you know, the Pasig River, the Marikina River now as an urban river with relatively limited industry. Think, oh, this is how it is. But then you look back and suddenly you discover that there are all of this history that nobody knew about. Early on in my career, I worked in the mines and quarry industry. And I was benefiting from decisions made by people who had died before I was born. And I was making decisions who would hopefully benefit people who will be born after I die. And that is a real different way of looking at these problems, because there's stuff that you just don't remember. And you think, oh, we will remember that, but I don't need to write it down. But on an industrial scale, on a community scale, on a landscape scale, we don't maintain those memories well. It's very easy to forget what was there. The fires that happened, the floods that happened, the leakages that happened at the time. It was in the newspapers. People forget. And that's why sedimentation is used by geologists, archaeologists to look back at Roman times, Neolithic times, because it remembers. We don't, but sedimentation does. So as these rivers are filled up, we start talking about the Pasig, but then we start talking about the Marikina. The Marikina flows past Payatas, our lovable Payatas, which sits there and leaches unfortunate unpleasantness into the Marikina. We have this whole aspect to look at, not just the Pasig. What has flowed into it over the years? What has flowed into it in the last 100 years? What, you know, did you know that Manila during Spanish times was famous for its metalworking and being blacksmiths? I didn't until I looked it up. But there is the potential for that metalworking activity to still be present in the land that we work on. And one of the opportunities we have with this chemicals and waste lens is to start to look at that, to investigate the sites early on, understand what is there, and then make intelligent, reasoned, financially sound decisions. Do we address this, or do we just walk away from it? We understand that it's there, and we sequester it for hopefully in the future when we have better technology to deal with it. So bottom left, Pelelia Refinery. I actually went to the Pelelia site after it had been rehabilitated. But you forget that Pelelia was there. You forget that there was a barging operation. We have, you know, fuel storage on the side of the Marikina. We have our Payatas, which continues, even though it's shut down. Unfortunately, it was a never aligned site. It continues to leach. All of this material is ultimately ending up into the watershed. It's ending up in the Marikina. It's ending up transferred down into the silts in the Pasig River. And as we go into the Pasig River to rehabilitate it, we run the risk of getting involved with those sediments. Now, there may be situations where it's already been moved. It's already been dredged. As we learn that that was there, we then have to consider, do we see where that dredged material was placed? Do we need to go and find what that has caused? You know, perhaps 20 years ago, the Marikina was dredged, the Pasig was dredged, the waste was put somewhere on a site. At the time, nobody knew that these were a problem, these chemicals were present. Now we do, we learn about it. Does that then mean we have to go out and look at that deposit site? and understand the impacts that that has had. And this is one of the things that the chemicals and wastes opportunity that we haven't had before. It's not something that people have wanted to acknowledge. It's not something that people have wanted to deal with. But through the support of Jeff and through the hard work of Arun and the team, we can now begin to look at these as a managed process. We can analyze at an early stage. We can mobilize these funds very early in a project life cycle to understand what is there, to educate ourselves and make that informed decision. Because there is one thing for sure, that if we don't do that, and we begin to disturb legacy pollution, we begin to cause pollution incidents because of our inadvertent enthusiasm, we will be held liable for it. We're never good. So we go on to that one. And this is what we have. So we have our dredging operations, we have our construction operations, we have our cleanup operations, we have people, how many times have you seen pictures of people wading around up to their waist in dirty rivers collecting plastics? Oh, we're doing a fantastic job. What is the health impacts for them? I've been in waste all of my life. I wouldn't want to go wandering around in that river, even if I did wash my hands afterwards, because there is that potential for heavy metals, chemicals, other pollutants that are in the silt, that as you're walking around, as you're coming into contact with it, you are getting exposed to this. Dermatitis, you're getting sick, you're getting stomach bugs, you're getting illness. This is all examples of pollution that is present in that environment that you're disturbing and coming into contact with. Now, all right, you've got ill, but that is then flowing down the river because you have disturbed it. You didn't analyze it, you didn't understand it, and it traveled downstream, and that is now impacting other people, it's impacting neighbors. You finish at the end of the day cleaning up the plastics, the kids come and play, the kids get sick. We've not had this capability before to analyze and understand what is there, quantify it, measure it, and manage it. And this fund is really the exciting bit for me, although I spent my life looking at new plastics, is this ability to deal with legacy plastics. As I say, one of my backgrounds is in mining. We have this huge legacy of siltation ponds, settling ponds, mineral extraction, which there's just never been an opportunity to look at before. One of the big challenges we have is this stuff is invisible. You can look at a beautiful wetland. Oh, this is pristine nature. And the reality of it is it's not. Buried deep in those sediments are the legacy of humanity's past behavior, bad or otherwise. But at the time we didn't know. The reality is now we do. And as we start to go into these development operations, and I put some migratory birds in there, it's always horrible to Duncan about his flyways. But the reality of it is that the wetlands, the rivers, all right, we don't have wetlands attached to the Pasig, but the wetlands, they maintain this material within their systems. As we begin to look at them, as we begin to work with it, we release them. And we start to see those impacts, we can see them immediately, as I said. Illnesses, poisoning, operatives, machinery operatives getting sick. We as investors, we as governments are liable for that. We also start to see problems sort of further downstream, longer term. You have perhaps disturbed an old PCB spillage, an old mercury spillage, an old accumulation of heavy metals from a refinery that nobody remembers was there. And that is now manifesting itself in terms of deformities in birds, biodiversity loss, poisoning, unexplained events. And a key part of our research and our interest when we started developing this with Jeff is that ability to use the funds to start tracing the sources of pollution. Not necessarily in a punitive way as in going after factories, although that's an opportunity, but in terms of these legacy sites, mine sites, not so much around Manila, but certainly in the Philippines, across Southeast Asia, we have deep mines, which have built up water over years. That water is heavily contaminated with arsenic, mercury. If they start to leak, if there's a breakthrough, we had it in the UK and killed an entire river system. How do we look at that? How do we explain? And part of the conversation started with lead, which unfortunately is not one of our target chemicals here under BRS, but looking at that lead pollution, how has it arrived in the food chain? How's it arrived in that community? And it turns out that it could be something as local as the battery recycler next door. It could be a prehistoric lead mine. It could be an industry that was operating, lead paint, something like that, 20, 30, 40 years ago. At the moment, we don't have the funding, we don't have the ability to look at that. It falls into a gap between sort of health, environment, biodiversity. So as we come to the end of this, healthy rivers, resilient river basins provide a wide range of ecosystem services. They're nice to be around. It's pleasant. The whole reason for rehabilitating the Pasig is to give us that community value, give us that nice area to hang around in, give us that environmental, our touch with nature in the middle of the city. And that's a very positive, fantastic idea. We have the technological development and the solutions to deal with chemicals that we never had before. A lot of the technology that's going on at the moment, and ADB Ventures, some of our other colleagues will talk about how they're dealing with that recovery, with innovative solutions. It might be that 10 years ago, we just didn't have the capacity. 5 years ago, 2 years ago, we just couldn't deal with that pollution. We just didn't know how to. Now we can. We say, okay, this site is contaminated. We understand how contaminated it is. We have a solution to deal with it. Let's invest in that. Let's take that risk and let's clean up that mess. Part of this is, increasing awareness, and it's the willingness to discuss legacy pollution. And I'm very grateful for all the government people who are here with us today and the openness that we've had from other governments regionally. When I started waste management 10, 15 years ago, we never discussed it because it wasn't working well. There's this much greater willingness now to discuss some of these skeletons in our closet, some of the stuff that we didn't really want to talk about. We knew it was there, or we knew it was a problem, but we are now willing. Oh, it's got bored with me. I don't blame it. No, killed it. Well, we're getting towards the end of it anyway. But the aim of this is, and this is the primary value addition of the chemical waste facility, it's supporting that early stage. It's getting out onto the site. It's understanding what is there, what could be there. And when I started out, I said, Pasig River, we're not assuming all of this is there, but it could be. You have a rich industrial past in Manila. It's no longer there. It's been moved out into the suburbs. It's been moved away from the city center, but it was there. And these chemicals will still be there. Every time the Marikina floods, it runs the risk of picking up something from a factory that it shouldn't do. Possibly nobody's fault, doesn't alter the fact that it's entering the environment. And we as project developers, we as governments, we as investors need to understand it, make a positive decision. Can we manage this? Should we manage this? And then put that in place. And that allows us to not only rehabilitate it and make it a nice place for people to hang out, but to do a positive regenerative activity for nature, for the environment we live in. And this is why I'm very excited about this fund, because it gives us that early stage ability to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, James. Our next presenter, okay, I'm gonna use this mic. Better for my height. Our next presenter is Tanya Huizia, Senior Water Resilience Specialist from ADB, who will be presenting about the laundry transformation chemicals waste.
Thank you, James, Arun, to put me on here. I'm the surprise act because I'm not on the program and I got 3 minutes to take you along with this exciting initiative that ADB only recently started. A question to you, who worked on or did their laundry during the last weekend? Please raise your hand. Everybody, right? You use your weekend to do some laundry. Who did the laundry by hand in the river or a ditch or stream or drainage channel? Nobody. I don't feel ashamed because it's kind of concerning, but 50% of the people still wash their laundry by hand. That means there is a group of 4 billion people that are still using the way of washing that was invented hundreds and hundreds of years ago. There's a lot to gain in that sense, but there's also a lot to gain in terms of microfibers, pollution from detergents that are used when they are in the river. And how much is there to gain? I can't say, because we're just starting this, but we feel we have something that we can look into. And that's why I wanted to have 3 minutes to see if we can help these women, but in particular also to see if we can help the quality of the river. So we developed a brochure called Share the Load, in which we touch on the problem, a problem that I think many of you are probably not even aware that it existed. Neither was I until half a year ago. And somebody asked me, like, have you ever thought about women sitting in the river and what that meant for them, for their time, and for the environment? Well, for their time, it takes about 20% of their time, so that's quite a lot. There's a lot to gain. But when we connect it to the chemicals and waste, and I'm so excited that this facility is actually set up, please think how you can help us with doing research on microfibers and detergent pollution from these practices and from the textiles that end up in our water systems. We're also interested to look into innovations in the circular economy and how can we create water saving or reuse systems, or maybe where no more energy is required, etc. So, as I said, we're starting something big here, and there is a lot to do, but also a lot of things to connect. And then lastly, which came across here as well, is of course the health impacts. What I heard from personal stories, because that's what happens when you bring up this topic. People start to tell their own personal stories, or that one of their mother or their sister or their grandmother, that they also have a lot of itches and skin infections and by doing this laundry. So there is also a lot to gain in terms of health. Actually, this is all I wanted to share to you. I'm not on the program. We have some flyers around. But maybe it's nice if you all now get your phone and scan the QR code, because this is a QR code leading to the brochure. As you can see, the brochure was launched in Stockholm World Water Week. It was a very successful workshop where we also gave floor to several innovations. The Solar Soka, it's a small bucket, only $10 using solar energy to do the laundry. The washing machine project, last week announced by the Time as the intervention of the year, 2025. I think it was a great session in Stockholm, and it all started at our Water and Urban Forum here in ADB in May, which was actually visited by 80 people. It was full house and the highest scored session of the whole event of 3 days. So I think laundry should be on the agenda, should be on our radar, and I hope we can collaborate with your expertise or any other that you have. In the back we have Gail. She's working with us as well. She's also around today, so please get to us and let's have a conversation. Was it 3 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Our next speaker now will take us into the world of cutting-edge robotics and how it can transform environmental waste management. I would like to call Ms. Samyukta Sriram, who is the head of business development for Clearbot. Clearbot is a marine technology company creating intelligent electric boats that collect marine plastics and pollution from coastal and inland waters. She will share how Clearbot's AI-driven autonomous technology is improving waterway management with insights from the Pasig River. Sammy?
I think this works for me too, right? Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present. And I feel like the stage has been quite nicely set for me to come in, especially with the safety briefing that we were getting in terms of collecting pollution. So I guess we pretty much addressed the same issue. So hi, I'm Samyukta. You can call me Sammy if that's too long. And we build electric powered unmanned boats, right? With a specific focus on pollution recovery. And well, the problem that we're facing right now, again, a lot of speakers already kind of detailed it, right? We have a very big pollution problem, and from the Pasig River only, we have tons and tons of waste that leaks into our waterways every single year, right? And right now, the way that this has been addressed in most of the estuaries and waterways is through manual cleanup, which essentially is an endless expense, and it's not a very sustainable or safe way of doing things, right? And there's also a big data gap. We don't really know what is in the water at the moment and where it's coming from, where are the hotspots. And so with our solution, we're trying to address all of this. And I'll give you some examples of how we've implemented this around the world and also in the Philippines already. So with our ClearBots, what we are trying to do is trying to improve the financial and operational risks of doing basically pollution recovery, right? So with our product, it's completely unmanned, completely electric. And as a result, we are able to achieve a lot more productivity and also lower costs because we're not using fuel, right? And we are also able to kind of sustain ourselves because we also charge with solar power. So it can kind of operate by itself. You don't really need to rely on some form of energy, right? And we also have lower emissions, obviously, because it's a completely electric operation, right? And what we do with our boats is we target pollutants, whether that's organic or inorganic, so including hyacinth, algae, and solid waste. And we usually focus mostly on the surface, but we are also able to collect information, for example, water quality data, dissolved oxygen turbidity, salinity, etc., which is used for measuring the health of any water body, right? And kind of track that via a dashboard so that at any given point you can see in what regions of the water body, what were the metrics like, where is the plastic and pollution coming from, and is it increasing at a specific time frame. So usually when it rains, we see a lot more trash in the water as well, right, because it gets pushed in. So that's something that our dashboard helps us kind of understand the problem a little bit better, right? And what we want to do is create a sustainable, financeable, and scalable model for addressing this issue in the Philippines and also around the world, because there's a significant problem in places like India, in Singapore, all of these places we already have operations in. So a little bit about our product itself. So this is the smallest version of our fleet, which is called Class 2. And it's a completely, again, electric product that we have created essentially to enable the existing manpower to achieve a lot more in terms of cleaning the waterways, right? And we also have bigger models. So we have Class 3, and we call it the hyacinth collector now, which essentially helps us scale up the same level of work. And they're all meant for different water bodies. So the Class 2 is meant for very shallow water bodies with like 3 centimeters depth, right? So that you can actually do it unmanned still. And we have the Class 3, which at least needs 50 centimeters in terms of depth, but it's also relatively small when compared to traditional boats, right? And that can do around 1.5 tons in terms of carrying capacity. And then we have the hyacinth collector, which can do around 3 tons, right? But it mostly also is compounded because we don't really try to collect all the hyacinth. We just try to push it away into areas where a crane or something bigger can lift out the hyacinth from the water. And that we found is a more efficient way of doing this, right? So we've already deployed in many, many locations. So we have around 25 boats around the world in different regions, right? And I'll show you a little bit of that later. So this is how these boats are able to do solid waste, algae, hyacinth, and little bits of oil. We're not meant for the larger oil spills, but rather the oil that you see that is mixed in with trash and hyacinth, etc., right? So you can have a more holistic way of cleaning the water body, right? And all of our boats are completely remotely controlled. So it's not meant for people to stand on, right? And not only does this make this more efficient because the same person can control multiple units, right? But it's also a lot safer for them for the work that they're doing, right? And we also have a mission planning route to this as well, wherein someone can sit in the comfort of an office and essentially put location points. And then just like a Roomba, the ones that you have in your house, it just follows those location points. And it has a bunch of sensors that allows it to detect the objects around it. So in case there is something that it needs to avoid, the boat can automatically avoid it, right? And a lot of people ask us, because we also have an AI model that we've built to detect different kinds of trash, can it detect trash and kind of go and collect it? The answer is no. We don't try to do that, mostly because the trash looks different in different water bodies and in different lighting conditions. So it's not a very efficient way of collecting. But what we use the AI model for is to do post-processing of the waste. So once the waste is collected, the AI model basically looks at it and says, okay, this much was organic and this much was, for example, plastic, and this much was, I don't know, hyacinth that was flowing in the water as well, right? So a quick look at what our dashboard looks like. So again, this is actually real data. So we've deployed at least 10 boats in India. We have one in Singapore. We have a couple in Hong Kong as well. Soon in Nigeria, Russia, and now the Philippines as well, right? So all of these are real operations. So what you can see here is the GPS location of every boat that was deployed, for how long it was in the water, and what areas did it actually collect, right? And you can see before, after images, and also you get a quick view of what the AI model thinks that it has collected, right? And we cross-reference that with our operators on site as well, so that we know the accuracy and we can continuously improve the AI model as well. And overall, you get a breakdown of the types of trash and any water quality data, for example, that's been integrated into it as well. And if you can see, I know it's a little tiny, but there's an open control dashboard button there. So if you click that, you can actually drive the boat yourself from wherever you're sitting. So that's most of the times what we do when we forget our remote controller and there's an active connection, you can just take control of the boat as well. So as I said, this boat has already been, our product has already been deployed in multiple locations. So this one is a project that we had done in a place called Umayam Lake, in northeast of India, right? And for this project, we were at least pulling out 500 to 800 kgs of trash every single day. And this was something that people locally were doing because they were still using this river to fish for their livelihood, right? So we had essentially, our goal is to empower them and not to put them out of jobs, right? So what we do is we work with them to do the recycling bit, but we just take the part where they have to manually collect things out of the equation, right? And so for this specific waterway, we actually received the highest form of rain here. And so we were very happy to see that that didn't really affect operations all that much. And we've also deployed in like small nalas and rivers. So this is actually an urban waterway. It's really shallow. You can't really put anything in that waterway if there's like low tide, right? This is called Non-Bar River. And I am like most of these rivers, you can smell it before you can see it. And so we had deployed a class 3, which can deal with these shallow waters. And we had also deployed a trash trap, if you will, so that the trash collects behind the trash trap, and we'd used a combination of both to clean up that waterway, right? And we had removed 9 tons of waste, but I think this number is outdated. We are still doing this operation, so it's still accumulating, right? And we'd also deployed in moats in very touristy spots, right? So this is actually a fort in Rajasthan where there's a lot of tourists that come, and as you can see, the water is pretty filthy. So we had also deployed a class 2 here to collect waste from this waterway. Again, this is also something that is a continuing project, so we are still working on this, right? And we're also deployed in ports. So this is a port in Mumbai called JNPA, and we're deployed here to clean up the waterway. Something interesting that we're looking at is making the boat slightly bigger for these waters, because the wave conditions, especially during monsoons, can be quite crazy. So we're also trying to make the size of the boats bigger for such water conditions, right? And we've used these machines also for algae. So the boat that you see on the left, right, is a deployment that we've done in Bangkok, and the hyacinth that's being collected was a deployment done in Hong Kong. And so essentially the idea is we've brought one of the hyacinth collectors and one of the class 3s already to the Philippines, and we just launched it last week. And so the idea is to do a pilot and do a proof of concept here in the Philippines and find a way to sustainably scale it in both both in terms of financing and in terms of operation as well, right? So we are doing kind of robots as a service so that we can take the responsibility of doing the actual cleanup ourselves. And the government departments that are tasked with doing such a thing can just tell us, hey, here's the river, can you please clean it? And that's as simple as that, right? And we are also trying to improve the finances of this because, again, if you're using a diesel powered boat, it's a very expensive operation, especially if you have to hire people to man it, and then there's maintenance and all of that as well. So we're trying to take all of that away, and so that we can automate the entire process. We can use solar, we can use electric, and it can actually look kind of with the times, right? And so, and again, all of the operations that we do is data backed as well. So we collect data every time the boat goes out as to how much was cleaned and where the pollution is coming from. And hopefully soon you'll see the boat in San Juan. Because we just did the launch, it's getting moved to San Juan. And this actually is a deployment in Ilugin River, where we're cleaning up hyacinth as well. I'm sorry, I went back. So our idea, in the larger scale, is to build a fleet of autonomous boats or robots, or whatever you prefer to call it, right? That is able to deal with the pollution problem and also do tasks like collecting water quality measurements, doing draft surveys, doing bathymetric surveys simultaneously. So the same boat can be used for multiple purposes. And so the labor that we are already deploying to do such work can actually just do a lot more with the technology that we are able to provide, right? That's a quick introduction to Clearbot. And if you guys have any questions, happy to answer. And so happy to hear all the great work that everyone else is doing here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sammy. And now it is time. It is time to whip out all of the questions that you've been saving for the open forum. We have about 10 minutes. We still have some of our speakers here. We have Arun, you can ask on CWFPF. We have our chemicals experts here. James is not here anymore, but Tanya is still here. So yes, question. Please introduce yourself and your organization. Can we get a mic?
Hi, I'm Charmaine Kunying. I'm the co-founder of Nature Loop. We make sustainable building materials out of coconut husk waste. So I have two questions. One is, you want to transition to Carlo. You want to transition industries to adopt less hazardous materials, right? Especially in chemicals. How do you, as a startup, material science, material-based startup, we are always being compared to the traditional materials, and we want to have a non-toxic bio-based material, but we're always being asked by funders, including ADB Ventures, to always match the price of the traditional materials. So you're saying that governments, international financing institutes need to support this, because is it fair? And how are you putting the criteria or measuring the success or the possibility of financing these green tech when it's always compared to the traditional materials, and it's not possible, right? And then secondly, for Sammy, just wanted to ask the hyacinths, are you looking at ways to resource? Because I think there's technology here in the Philippines that transforms the hyacinth into biofuel.
Okay, let's go with Carlo first, or Sammy. Carlo.
So, is that working?
Yes, it's working.
Yeah, so thank you very much. This is a very, very nice question. And actually, I think there should be many interventions on that. One intervention should be on the regulatory side, because obviously when you start with new materials and even with new industrial processes, it's very difficult to compete with the existing process with are consolidated. They have already, paid back their investments and so on. So it's almost impossible. Even in the simple case of the replacement of short-chain chlorinated paraffin in Vietnam replaced with other chemicals, they have to invest on that. So on one side, it's not possible to ask for replacement of chemicals if there is not a regulatory support backing that. The harm could be even on the side of traditional chemicals, so there should be a transition phase. For instance, in the Europe, we have the progressive phase out of a number of chemicals, and the REACH regulation is not immediate. It has to support the market to change the situation. Another very important answer is to raise awareness, because if consumers don't know which is better for them, they cannot understand why something maybe initially would cost less, would cost more, but would bring bigger benefit. So it's very important to support this kind of intervention with communication, because that way is the consumers. In the manufacturing of products, it's always the consumers giving the rules, because they will make the market. So this is another important thing. Yes, and then obviously after that, financial support to scale to support the scaling up of alternative solution is another step. But this has to be backed with regulations, with awareness raising initiatives, and that. So just another example, and I will cut my answer. Initially, the sachet economy was not at all efficient from the financial standpoint. I'm not saying that the sachet economy is good. To me, it's bad. But eventually, making sachets instead of reusable containers became less expensive. So it means that if we have awareness raising and regulation, we can expand the market of alternative solution up to a point that they will cost less. So this is yeah, I think it's really case by case, but it's important that the consumers understand what are the benefits, because they will even ask to pay for something which is not in their product. If with the implementation of the EPR regulation, they will have to pay more. And obviously, they cannot be asked to pay up to a certain point. At a certain point, they will decide that they don't want to buy that product anymore. So they have to change the strategy. So it is kind of a synergy, I think. There is not a unique solution for all the products.
Thank you. Sammy?
Hello. I don't know if this is working.
Eventually
there.
it works.
Thank you for the question. So essentially, yes, ideally we would like to kind of use the hyacinth as a resource as well. But given the scale of hyacinth that we collect, use the current solutions that exist in the Philippines and actually worldwide is not able to process at that scale, right? So we're working with our partners like ADB and the local government departments to see how it can be processed. And we also, for example, need somewhere to put the hyacinth so it dries out and is suitable for processing. And there's usually a mix of hyacinth and trash, so someone has to separate that. And we have to also then be able to convert that into a resource, right? So there's a lot of moving parts, and we're trying to figure out how it would work, because as I usually say, I am not in the waste management space. I make boats, right? So we're trying to work with recyclers and experts in the field to scale up that operation. Yeah.
Thank you. I also invite our participants online. If you have questions, please write it down on the chat and we will read it out for you. Yes, question. Another question at the back. Can we give the microphone?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Not a question, just I would like to share, make a comment and share my experience. My name is François Génie. I have been joining ADB for a few days as a waste management senior specialist. I have been in the past, let's say, 15 years in Asia, developing, operating big-scale industrial hazardous waste treatment plant. And I understand from the presentation this morning that it's not exactly the topic. We're talking about chemical waste and waste, or chemical and waste. So for me, I mean, it has been mentioned in several presentations, but for me, the key issue, if we want this to work, is number one, the regulation in the country. And we cannot emphasize that enough. And regulation is not enough. You need to enforce the regulation. I have been in some country where you spend millions of US dollars in building a very nice hazardous waste treatment plant. There is a regulation, unfortunately, is not reinforced. I can tell you that your feedstock is extremely limited because every industrial player who are generating hazardous waste, they will find an alternative solution much cheaper than what you can propose. So regulation to make it work is key. Otherwise, it cannot work. And maybe another experience sharing, another comments is about the market size. I have seen some country where they were opening to investment from a private sector for building an increased capacity for hazardous waste. And at some stage, the offer was higher than the demand. So what was happening? The price was decreasing, and the private investor who could not support such kind of price decrease become unprofitable, have to close the plant. And so I think also is a regulator to manage the capacity versus the demand. So the volume of hazardous waste on the market versus the capacity available on the market. And you have to find a good balance. Otherwise, it can't work. If the offer, I mean, the capacity is much higher, is much smaller, sorry, the price is going to increase. The industrial player, he cannot afford that to remain competitive. So just to make it short from this morning presentation, one is the regulation and enforcement of the regulation, and number two is have a look on the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Do we have a question from, she will introduce herself, from Leah.
It's not really a question, but I was listening since this morning with Yuzekte, and she mentioned a project on e-waste management. Then from Carlo on PCB, because these are all under the chemicals and waste. It was a project implemented by UNIDO, funded by the GEF, wherein e-waste facilities and PCB facilities were established. These are under the DNR. But truly, the project could just establish it, but the actual sustainability of the operations would really depend. I mean, it depends on the policies of the government on how they will really implement the existing policies that they have. That's our view for the sustainability.
Thank you. We can take probably one more before we go off on our lunch break. Any other questions? No more, everyone? Okay, we have someone from the back.
Yes, hello. Yeah, encouraged by James, and we are working on the project. I'm Xin from ADB, working as an environmental safeguard. So I might just a suggestion, especially to Aaron, as the managing the facility. So one channel to utilize facility, I would suggest you can go through, say, environmental safeguard. That is done to every project, right? And then that is basically, it is through the environmental impact assessment during preparation. and then follow up in implementation of the recommendation from EIA. And especially for pollution intensive project. For example, in agriculture sector, is the animal husbandry and production, and a lot of agro-processing more in general. They are pollution intensive, water energy intensive, many of them. So it's a central task for EIA to analyze this pollution and recommend solution to minimize them and then to treat the residual pollution. Yet we often face problem shortage of funding or expertise to follow up, to really realize the recommendation. And then this kind of project, their central task is support production. So pollution control is not their task. Therefore, they don't have expertise. I think that could be a way for the facility to support through the environmental safeguard, this who did analysis for you to follow up on implementation. That can scale up the effort basically on many type of project that is pollution intensive. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just
For the comment, very relevant. We safeguards assessments, environment, social, and other types of risk assessments would be eligible for funding. So let's say a project officer is preparing a loan or an investment projects, we would be able to fund that kind of activity. But overarching the facility, we will have an environment and social management framework. Can I ask my colleague, please, if you don't mind, to comment a little bit on the ESFM that you're working on? Jane?
Oh, for this facility, we are preparing the environmental safeguards framework because ADB has newly approved its environment social framework in 2024. So we will make sure that this facility will not do harm and will do better for the environment and the people. So that's why we're working with Jean, and I really pushed her to make the point, and because this is really an important work. Thank you.
thank you so much. Do we have one more? No, because I said that's the last question. How about online? Nothing. Okay, then I think that concludes our morning session. We go for a break, lunch break at Multifunction Hall 2. It's now 12:21. Let's gather back again for our morning, our afternoon sessions at 1:35. Thank you.
Yes. Ato naman kayo man din. Everyone. Yung mente ni mama. Ano lang pasan siya man? Lampasan natin. Ayun. Yes, ma'am. Ito na tayo ngayon. Pwede nyo naman may para makapag-vote na rin sila. Full screening. Full screening ba? Yeah. Ewan mo lang sa sharing. Ayan. ID. Ay, sige nga. Pwede nyo lang. Pwede pili nyo. Yan, yung tumama. Okay, I'll jump in. Then make it go. Yan. Ay. Yan. Okay. Kaya lang hindi siya nakita, no? Hindi, special agad. Hindi siya nakashare. Hindi nakashare na. Hindi. Ayun, di ma'am. Yes, screen ka na lang pa. Para pag nag-altab, papagkita ka. Di ma'am, yung ano lang, ito lang yung nakashare. Ito lang yung nakashare. Dapat dalaw mo. Skip nyo na lang muna. 2 ulit. Save. Oo, 2. Hindi, 2 muna ulit ma'am. Tapos save. Tapos share ulit kayo. Mag-share screen ka na lang ma'am. Ito na lang. Ito, Mentimeter. Oh, yeah, sige. Ito na lang, sir. Screen lang. Para pag nag-altab ma'am, mapapatan din dito. Yeah. Send mo na po. Full screen po. Isa pa ma'am. Display. Alt-tab kayo ma'am. Okay ma'am, display mo din. Pinakaano siya. Alt-tab kayo ma'am. Huwag kayo mag-alt-tab. Yung main. Yan. Ay, wait na. Sige ma'am, isa pang alt-tab ma'am. Yan. Para kita rin ma'am sa ito. Tapos alt-tab na okay ma'am. Alt-tab ka na lang ma'am. Kasi pipiliin na. Ito.
Need to herd them. Yeah. You want to take this seat? You are. You are the first one. You are the first. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, after lunch it's. Hey, everybody's trickling in. It's nice to see that they're all coming back from lunch. We had a fear that no one will come back, but thank you for being here. Yes. Okay. So did everybody had a good break, had a good lunch? Food was great? Yes. Food coma? No. I hope not. But to make sure that everyone, keeps the energy up, we're going to do something. It's our favorite way of keeping the energy up in these kinds of conferences. So I would like to invite you to take your phones. I know you know what's coming next, but can we show the QR code? We have a Mentimeter. Very exciting. We have questions that were drafted by our experts here, those people who spoke in the morning. So you can ask them questions if you feel like the answers are a bit suspicious. So can we start presenting our first question? Then, are we on presentation mode? Which everyday item is most likely to contain persistent organic pollutants or POPs? A cotton t-shirt. B, a paper notebook. C, a ceramic cup. D, a non-stick frying pan. 10 people are saying it's a non-stick frying pan. Is it a cotton t-shirt? One person answered ceramic cup. And thank you for the likes. That's very thoughtful. Okay, our answer is a non-stick frying pan. Verified by our chemicals expert, it is indeed the correct answer. Next question, please. Which of these products often contain microplastics or microbeads banned in several countries? First, is it a toothpaste? Is it shampoo? C, facial scrub? D, all of the above? A lot of people are saying it's all of the above. Some are saying it's facial scrub. One person is saying it's shampoo. What's our answer, Pai? It is all of the above. Next question, please. The Stockholm Convention focuses on chemicals that are A, short-lived and harmless, B, persistent, bioaccumulative and toxic, C, water-soluble and biodegradable, or D, naturally occurring. Many people are saying it's B. Is it B, Carlo? Are they correct? Yes, they are. Okay, next question, please. How long can per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, persist in environments? A few days, B, a few years, C, decades or longer, D, until they break down instantly. Everyone is 18 people are saying it's C. Is it correct? It is correct. It's C, decades or longer. Next question. Which chemical is still found in some banned cosmetics and artisanal gold mining? A, is it lead? B, mercury? C, cadmium? D, arsenic? Some of the people in the team said this might be a trick question. A lot of you, 70% said it's B. Is it correct? Carlo? Yes. Is it correct? It's correct. It's mercury. Yeah, okay. The Minamata Convention focuses mainly on A. Plastic recycling targets, B. Controlling transboundary movement of hazardous waste, C. Reducing fossil fuel subsidies, and D. Managing air pollution. People are going for B. Some people think it's C. Controlling transboundary movement. One person think it's A, one person think it's D. What is the answer? It's actually D. It is managing air pollution. This is actually the trick question. If you want to know more, you can ask Carlo later after the meeting. Okay, last question before we get on with our presentations. Financing techniques applicable to CWFPF supported projects include A. Venture capital and equity investments, B. Direct lending, C. Blended finance, and D. Leasing asset finance, and E. All of the above. Okay, everyone's saying it's all of the above. And the answer is, it's all of the above. Thank you so much for participating in our little Menti exercise. I hope you have been thoroughly energized and ready for our next presenter. Okay, so our next speaker is Mr. Joseph Lufkin. He is the Managing Director of Global Green Asset Finance, a UK-based global financing platform for renewables and clean tech businesses and projects. He has worked closely with ADB to organize funds and facilities such as the Asia Pacific Carbon Fund, the China CDM Fund, CDIA, AP3F, and the Urban Financing Partnership Facility. Joe, the floor is yours.
It's nice to see that everybody did come back from lunch. Hope you're sitting comfortably. Feel free to take a short nap. So this arrow goes forward. So I'm part of the CWFPF team and focusing on how to design and organize and mobilize and get working the private sector engagement side. And you may say, wow, what's the importance of that? Well, we have a lot of private sector folks here with businesses involved with chemicals and waste pollution abatement, cleanup, and so on. So they know what I'm talking about. For the rest of everybody else, though, of course, ADB does mostly sovereign and public sector financing, but there's active private sector. And the most important thing I think we can do is mobilize what I call private financing for privately provided solutions for public problems and deliver those to both public and private customers. So although, as you'll see here, the private sector is both the source and the driver of chemicals and waste. I mean, where do you think they all came from? They came from manufactured products and industrial processes. So the private sector really has to be the engine to clean it up also. Unfortunately, most of that's relied on, to date, on public financing, a public budget, municipalities, counties, provinces, national governments, and so on. But the funding is just inadequate, and we need to somehow turn pollution. I haven't thought of a good name for it. Somebody give me a good name. I just call it pollution abatement and remediation financing, but PARF sounds kind of stupid. So let's come up with a good name today. We need to make it profitable. We need to make it attractive to wholesale money to large investors. Carlo made the point earlier, an excellent point, and other people asked it in questions about regulation. Isn't that important? It is important when it works, but I don't think we can really rely on it because we're in a very strange world now where environmental and pollution control regulations are actually getting watered down and even reversed. I saw something this morning that the US EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, excuse me, in the States, has passed a new regulation that makes it illegal. You think illegal to dump chemicals? No. Under this regulation, it's illegal for states in the US to ban toxic chemicals. So it's a crazy world. What we need to do is redirect private enterprise, private capital, ingenuity, channel the profit motive, and get businesses working on this cleanup that is so urgently needed. Okay. We hope there's an evolution going on from problem to solution. Regulation, I mean, some are good and some are bad. The US seems to be in a retrograde phase of its existence. The EU is in a progressive part of its existence. That's great. So as countries ban products made with things like PFAS, let's say the EU bans the importation of PFAS containing products. Sorry, this is popping a bit. If you're a factory in Singapore or South Korea or India or any place in Asia Pacific manufacturing a product, and you've been using those, and now you want to export them to Europe, you know, you've got to change your industrial process, retrofit your factory so that your products can be exported into the EU. So I think that's shaping the market. And you know, just because of common sense and people see the effects of pollution, health and otherwise, there is some consciousness growing, as it was for climate, as it was for air pollution, and the demand for cleaner production is growing, partly independent of regulation, partly driven by regulation. So what we're trying to do is, at CWFPF, is basically combine the awareness of regulation and how they're evolving and where they're tight and where they're loose, be aware of that, but try to channel private investment into, let's just call it pollution abatement to make it simple. How do you channel private investment? Well, you have to make the investment attractive because it's a very competitive market out there for money. So where can we get involved? The private sector is a huge amorphous ecosystem, bigger than anyone can comprehend. But generally, there's a supply side and a demand side of every equation and even of every transaction. So there are companies who are manufacturing and supplying products and services which help solve the problem. So we have several people doing it, sitting in the room. We'll hear from them later today. That's the supply. There's a supply of the solutions. It could be a product, it could be a service, it could be machinery that you would attach to your factory, let's say, someplace to stop the pollution. Then there are other people making substitutes for toxic chemicals, which are ingredients in industrial production. So we want to support them. And then there's just good old cleanup services, remediation, people doing landfill remediation and river cleanup and so on, and improving and expanding our capacity to process things like e-waste and plastic waste. So then on the demand side, what is there? There are private companies, manufacturers, cement factories, paint factories, ink factories, textile mills, so on and so on and so on, metal plating factories in Vietnam, who are using pollutants in their industrial process, and they need to retrofit their plant and equipment. Basically, a factory is it's a big building and it's got a lot of machinery in it. If machinery needs to be replaced because it was installed to handle chemical A turns out to be toxic, they now need to switch their production to use chemical B. That's going to call for new equipment. So financing that equipment for a private factory or any kind of private business which has been polluting, which wants to change its process so it is not polluting anymore, that's demand for financing. And then we also have public sector customers, municipalities, state, provincial, national governments who want to be customers of these abatement and remediation services. They don't own factories necessarily. They do control waterways and they control public spaces and they can regulate businesses operating in their area. To the extent those public customers need services and equipment and stuff to clean up their the pollution situation there, they are also on the demand side. So to my mind, CWFPF can deal with both sides of those. Now, what do we want to do? I think that the short way to say it is we want to make pollution control bankable. And what do I mean by bankable? I mean to turn a business or to help a business evolve into an attractive investment. And when that business needs to raise money, excuse me, when the business needs to raise money, it's going to go offer shares to equity investors. It'll offer debt to lenders. If the underlying business or the project they're trying to finance is not economically sound and it's not financially attractive from the investor's point of view, they're not going to raise any money. So probably our greatest service to the private sector that I foresee is in that first point there, making their pollution control businesses bankable so that they can raise the money, not maybe some from ADB, but the outside capital markets are so huge and so liquid, way beyond the scope of any DFI or multilateral. I just, case in point, I deal a lot with, excuse me, private credit and private equity funds out there. They're managed by very large asset managers. They raise money from pension funds, from insurance companies, from end investors who are seeking an adequate return to cover the liabilities that they have. Pension fund, for instance, they've got maybe millions of retirees they need to send money to every month. And they've got more workers, if it's a corporate plan, more workers working, and then they're going to retire. They can project those liabilities. So the return that the pension fund is looking for on its investments have to be sufficient to fund all those future liabilities. So they're sitting out there, excuse me, in between the business and that investor is a fund manager who raised money from the pension fund or the insurance company on some premise. We're going to make you 8%. We're going to make you 6%. We're going to make you 12%. We're going to invest in country, excuse me, country A or region B. You need to, we as CWFPF need to help the businesses the private businesses that we're helping structure their investments so that it appeals to the right people in that market. And the final point there, excuse me, I wanted to make, these funds are gigantic. You think ADB is big? Well, there are about 15 private credit funds out there with assets of more than $25 billion each, okay? And that's all private money. That is all private money. I saw another one raised this morning. It was announced at over 20 billion. So to me, our focus, at least in part, has to be creating investment opportunities attractive to those people. And here are a few ideas. These are just ideas. I'm not saying anybody has to do these, but this is the sort of approach to do that. So imagine somehow we're involved in the creation of a private equity fund. Okay, we're presented with a lot of investments here in the 2 million, 5 million range. That is too small for most institutional investors. So we need some kind of a pooled approach, let's say up to 10 million. So you could have a fund, a private equity fund, which makes investments, let's say 25 investments of 10 million each in emerging suppliers of substitute green chemicals. Another example, you could have a private credit fund. Those tend to be a little bigger than private equity. And you could make small loans, 5 million each, let's say, for specializing in a particular sector. Doesn't have to be this one, but you could have a sector fund, and I think it would be very interesting. This is one based on one of Carlo's UNIDO projects in Vietnam, where factory owners needed a particular type of equipment in order to make a particular change in their production lines for chromium plating on car bumpers and door handles and stuff like that. So when they're trying to move from one kind of chromium to another kind of chromium that's not so toxic. So you could have a special credit fund for those guys. 5 million is too small for most banks to deal with, including development banks. So you'd need to pool them into a vehicle like a private credit fund. You could do the same thing with leasing. You could have a leasing platform. Perhaps it is a joint venture with, there are several huge Japanese leasing companies, for instance, Oryx, for instance, Tokyo Leasing, who would probably be very interested in a specialty leasing window for particular type of equipment finance. So for factories, let's say in India, qualifying factories in Indonesia or India, Bangladesh, other DMCs who wanted to borrow money or not borrow money, they wanted to access equipment to put in their factories, and they wanted to do it leasing so they didn't have to buy them, pay upfront. Leasing, I think, could be very interesting because a lot of the pollution abatement comes down to equipment. You can buy it or you can lease it or you can rent it. Another idea would be a direct loan, again, not made on the books of CWFPF. We don't have 50 million bucks, but there are a lot of direct lenders out there, including private credit funds, who will not look at anything smaller than $50 million. And if you can find a bankable, again, candidate borrower who's making, let's say, equipment to treat leachate from landfills, just a random example, and they need $50 million to expand, that would be a good sort of example of transaction, I think, to support. Another example of leasing, expansion capital for a regional supplier of microplastics filtration systems. I'm sure there is such a company. I don't know if they need 100 million or whether they could borrow 100 million, but that's an example of a larger scale direct loan, again, not made by CWFPF because we don't have the money, but arranged with the support of CWFPF through a matchmaking process. What's the last one? 150 million blended facility enables remediation equipment suppliers to offer credit sales to municipalities. Okay, so a lot of municipalities would need pollution abatement equipment, let's say in a water treatment plant or a wastewater treatment plant. They need the equipment. They can't pay for the equipment, but they could pay over 5 years, 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. So you could have a basically a credit facility for municipalities in qualifying DMCs, which would allow them to borrow money specifically for that kind of remediation equipment. So I think my other colleagues and people who spoke earlier covered these probably better than I can, but there are so many ways that this needs to be integrated and will be integrated with other parts of ADB. part of it is sort of an awareness, what people have been calling the chemicals lens or the CW lens, making other parts of the bank sensitive to these issues and looking at their projects in a way that highlights any kind of hidden pollution issues. And I think we're going to have a facility to maintain a database of problems and solutions that would be available across the bank. And this last thing, the CW lens in operation. So what we were talking about before, so many large projects would have either when they're constructed, the possible problem of dislodging some legacy pollution that's already there in the ground. For instance, I think ADB is quite good at environmental safeguards so that new construction is as minimally polluting, if it's going to be polluting at all. But this issue of looking, as James was talking earlier, looking at, let's say, construction along riverbanks or anything any big development project that's likely to disturb legacy pollution hidden in sediments, for instance. So that's the sort of thing we can provide as a knowledge product. And that's basically what we need to do. Mobilize private capital for measurable treaty-aligned results. When I say treaty, I mean the conventions, which are treaties. We want to support green industrial growth. So nobody's talking about slowing down economic growth or industrial expansion, but it has to be really in a non-polluting way. Build a vetted pipeline of abatement and remediation investment. So that's what I was talking about before, basically project prep, bankability, turn pollution control into opportunity for industries and investors. That's really what we want to do. And when I say opportunity, I mean an attractive investment opportunity. And then finally, expand ADB's green finance toolkit with another type of service, another type of product, which can be offered to DMC governments all over Asia Pacific. And CWFPF makes pollution control bankable. That's not exactly a catchy phrase, but that's what we want to do. And I'd love to hear any other suggestions, better ways to put it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Again, all of the questions will be attended to at the open forum in the end. So write them down and keep it close. So building on what Joe just presented on private sector engagement and green investments, we are now heading on to innovation and entrepreneurship. Please welcome Ms. Pang Titiratsita Cardej, who is the lead of the ADB Ventures Seed Program. It provides catalytic financing to early stage enterprises to drive impact in Asia and the Pacific. Okay.
Hi again, everyone. So it's great to be here. For this discussion and roundtable. I'm Pang Sitakaradate from ADB Ventures. We are VC arm of Asian Development Bank. What we do is we provide financing to technology startup that trying to solve some of the most pressing issues of the region, whether that is lowering emissions or advancing some of the technology for safer material, cleaner production, or more circular solutions that could help protect community and the environment. And we launched our first fund in 2020. This is because we saw two things clearly. First is we know that we really need technology and innovations to really address these challenges. And second, when we actually look at the available funding, we know that for some of these early stage innovator, especially in emerging markets and frontier markets, the funding gap is really huge there. So we set up ADB Ventures to really fill up that gap and help scale innovations that really matters for the region. You may see here that another part of our vision is also about mobilization. I think many of the sessions, both this morning and I think Joe also mentioned as well, that we also think about how can we incentivize other financier partner to also be part of supporting some of these innovations. So when we invest in the company, we also trying to send a signal and then help provide more confidence to other investors to support the company. Our vision is we would like to, at the end of the day, mobilize over 1 billion of capital into some of this impactful technology in our region. And because when we work with some of these startups, we also recognize that different stage of startup may also need different type of capital and also support. So within ADB Ventures, we also have multiple vehicles that we use to support startup at different stage. We have our main venture capital funds, which typically come in at 1 to 4 million investment ticket size, usually equity-like investment in probably pre-Series A, Series A stage of the company, alongside other potential co-investor in the markets. When we look at the company at this stage, we look for a company that already have product in the market and try to scale. And we want to be that partners in terms of helping them expand and then scale, whether that is within the home market or cross the border. And then we have seed capital program where I would say on average provide roughly 200,000 to much earlier stage of the company. For this program, we look at the company that already have some working product or initial customer in the market, but they're still working towards refining business model and go-to-market strategy. We know that for company in that early stage, the challenge is not just about financing, but it's also how can you set the right assumption, how can you test the right approach, and then really build early tractions with the right type of customer. So beyond providing capital, we also want to help become like that partner, leverage on ADB broader network, whether that is regional clients, local governments, or other investor network to help open door for them, to help them get pilots partnership, and also help them get more extended investor network. And in terms of geographical focus, while we can invest in the company from anywhere in the world, we actually focus a lot in terms of like impact creation in developing Asia and the Pacific, because we also know that some of the most advanced technology might come from more advanced market. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter where is it from. For us, we care more about where the impact happens. So we are also very open to technology transfer as well, as long as the technology work well with the context of emerging Asia and the Pacific, and as long as the company can execute that solution well in the market, that's totally fine for us. Here's briefly our journey so far. So we started in 2020, relatively young comparing to other programs in ADB. Recently, I think this year, we just launched our second climate focused fund, and we'll continue to expand the program and continue to support innovations across the region. Here are some of the sectors that we have invested in so far. So as you can see here, there's broadly from clean energy, energy storage to smart mobility, EV supply chain to sustainable food and agriculture. Also circular economy and green material, and also solution that can help improve inclusive and resilient community. We look at both deep tech solutions such as biotech applications in agriculture and also tech-enabled solutions. This is because we know well that it's really challenging to operate in developing markets. And for us, innovation is not just about technology, but it's also how can you actually make the solution works in such a complex environment, whether that is working with smallholder farmers or highly complex supply chain. So as long as the solution can really address the problem of the market, actually we look at all of those. And we are so proud that over a quarter of our investment are actually female-founded and female-led startups. And as I already mentioned about mobilization, so far we have crowded in over 13 times of our committed capital. And this is our achievement to date. So we have provided over 60 investment into these early stage startups across board of the program, and we are active in 18 developing countries. Here are some of the example of our portfolio company. This range across different business model, impact, sector, and also geography. And I think in the later section, you will hear presentation from two of our portfolio company, NeighborText and Unify as well. And just briefly on how we work, I think this slide show you briefly on how we set up investment and impact strategy to deal sourcing, execution, and portfolio support, and eventually exit. But what I want to highlight here is that beyond conducting commercial due diligence, similarly to other commercial VC is currently doing, like looking at product, markets, and the team, and so on, we also put a lot of emphasis into really understanding the impact of the innovators. We also recognize that we are working with very early stage startups, so they might not have that impact monitoring system in place. That's totally fine for us. We're trying to also make sure that our process is most feasible and most founder-friendly possible. So usually when we look at the company, even if the company are in very early stage, one thing we need to make it very clear since beginning is the theory of change must be really clear. And when we look at the commercial potential, we also trying to also come up with impact unit as well, because we truly believe that the more the company can grow, actually the more impact they can also generate. So along the way that we work with the company, we also want to become the thought partner in terms of like impact management. And since we are talking about CWFPF, initiative today. I think currently we're also working with CWFPF team in terms of setting up a program, leveraging on existing ADB vendor seed program to support innovations that trying to work on chemical and waste pollution problem. So we will leverage on existing seed program. And through the CWFPF program, we want to provide up to 400,000 to early stage startups, at least 5 startups per year for a total 3 years. This startup, as I mentioned, we are open to looking at technology that are outside of the region, but we want to focus on impact creation in this specific sector in developing Asia and the Pacific. And here are some of the preliminary area of focus that we come up with. I would put a caveat here that this is not just a limited list that we would look at. I think at the end of the day, as long as it delivers the impact that we want, we can look at all of those. But just to give you an example of some of the area of focus that we're currently looking at, in this case, like we are looking at safe substitute and green chemistry, such as the solution that can really help address harmful chemical at its source, or circular economy and material innovation, for example, like recyclable and biodegradable alternatives. These toxifications and treatment technologies, such as solution that can remove hazardous chemicals and effluents. Pollution monitoring and interceptions, we also want to look at solutions that can help us track some of the chemical leakage or some other type of pollutions. Chemical risk reductions. We also hear this morning there's a lot of problem around like overuse of pesticide and fertilizer. We're also trying to look for solution that can replace the use of some of those chemicals as well as antibiotics. And then lastly, we are looking at the intersection between climate, chemical, and also healthcare. We want to look at technology, for example, addressing refrigerants or technology that can improve the life of people working in heavy industry with a high exposure to some of this chemical. In terms of the funding process, I think we'll leverage on existing ADB seed venture program from market access, really collaborating with industry expert and co-investor in the market, as well as providing the right support to potential portfolio companies. Looking forward to discussing more with all of you guys throughout the day, and happy to address any question you may have afterward as well.
Thank you so much, Bang. And now, one of the highlights of today's roundtable, we are heading into the CWFPF marketplace. So this session will showcase innovative startups working at the intersection of clean technology, materials innovation, and circular economy. So each presenter will have 10 minutes to share and talk about their solutions. And then the next speaker will follow. So keep all of your questions and your comments until the end. So let's begin with our first presenter. I would like to call Mr. Richard Beck. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of Nybertex, Singapore and Philippines. Richard holds a PhD in Materials Engineering and brings over 25 years of experience in functional fabrics and apparel. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you for such the nice introduction. It's great to know that we're going to be a highlight of the meeting this afternoon. I wanted to start with a few slides about a particularly nasty chemical that I think actually most of you are familiar with, given the topic of today. But it's a chemical that's being used in many industries, but particularly in the textile industry, which is where I have a lot of experience. Do I need? So PFAS, I think I've seen quite a few mentions about PFAS today, so I think you're all going to be familiar with a bit of the information that I'll be sharing. But for those of you who don't know, PFAS is perfluoroalkyl chemical. It's designed with a carbon and fluorine atom chain. And the big point here is that there's a very strong bond between the carbon and the fluorine atom. And it's a very strong bond. And that leads to a particular issue that it's very hard to degrade in the environment. And I think I've heard the term today already that PFAS is a forever chemical. And so it's a very challenging chemical for the environment. However, PFAS is used significantly in many different industries. It's been used since the 1950s. I'm sure if you looked around your home, you would see multiple products that probably have PFAS in it. In fact, I just read an article this morning, believe it or not, about cosmetics. And there's a lot of PFAS material in lipsticks, in foundation, in mascara. And so I'm not sure if everybody knows that, but it's actually quite prevalent in a lot of cosmetics. And because it's very difficult to break down, these PFAS materials are very difficult to break down. They end up in our environments from our wastewater treatments and manufacturing plants. They end up in our water sources. They end up in soils. They end up in air. They end up in most living organisms. Specifically, I think it's been detected that in most humans now, about 98% of the human population has some level of detectable PFAS. Now, for those people who have had high exposure and long-term exposure to PFAS, it could even lead to potential cancer and other medical issues. So I think we can all agree that PFAS is not a great chemical, and we want to try and get rid of it as much as possible. And with that being said, my name's Richard. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of Nybertex Membranes, and I'm happy to share that actually the products that we make are 100% PFAS free. We're focused on breaking barriers, but not the planet. So let me tell you a little bit more about Nybertex. We were established in 2019. We make PFAS-free membranes specifically for breathable and waterproof functional fabrics. We consider ourselves a deep tech material science company. We make PFAS-free membranes using a very interesting manufacturing technique called electrospinning technology. And the reason why you saw Singapore and Philippines, we're actually registered in Singapore, but 100% of our manufacturing is all in the Philippines, just outside of Manila. So PFAS in the textile industry, actually, I didn't know this point until I put this slide together, but actually 35% of all PFAS chemicals used in the world go into the textile industry. So it's quite a significant issue for the textile industry. Europe and US have now started to put regulations in place whereby they're banning the use of PFAS materials in consumer textiles. Now, consumer textiles are just products that you and I can go to the retail shops and buy clothes from. So that's consumer textiles. However, other consumer products or other actually professional products like military, firefighting, police, those particular industries can still use PFAS materials actually. However, with new technologies being developed, new products are coming out that are slowly replacing PFAS products. And in fact, Nibertex now is sort of one of the leading options for PFAS-free materials in this breathable, waterproof, functional fabric and membrane space. Now, it's a busy slide here, but what I wanted to say was, what is our true value to the end consumer, to the brands who buy our product? Well, when we combine our PFAS-free chemicals with our electrospinning manufacturing technology, the big benefit that we can make for our customers and our consumers is we make very breathable membranes. Breathable membranes means that the product can breathe from all the moisture from inside of our jackets and from our skin can move to the outside of the jacket. Our products are extremely breathable and very useful for people who especially do high aerobic activities, who are doing lots of jogging, lots of running, maybe some skiing. These products are essential. These breathable products are essential for those particular activities. So that's our big value. We offer a lot of breathability to our customers. And how do we do that? Is through a technology, manufacturing technology, and specifically called electrospinning. Now, I don't want to get into the details of electrospinning because it is quite complex, but essentially we take our PFAS-free polymer solution, we push it through some needles, very fine needles, and we give it a very high voltage electronic charge, and out comes from the needle a very fine nanofiber. And we stack those nanofibers on top of each other, and that's what makes the membrane. That's how we make a membrane. You can see a picture over here, the black and white part of the photo. That's actually our membrane under a microscope. Other photos. So these are all the nanofibers that come out of the electrospinning machine. And just to give you some context, how small are these nanofibers? A human hair is 200 times thicker than our nanofiber. So that's just to give you a little bit of a context. The RBC is red blood cell. So we're even smaller than red blood cells, even smaller than actually the main camera pieces behind it. But there's a bacteria. Bacteria is very small also. But our membrane, therefore, is what we call microporous. Very, very fine pores in our membrane. And that allows the moisture to pass through it. That's how we generate the breathable aspect of our product. But the pores are small enough to block water molecules from penetrating. So that's how we make a waterproof, breathable membrane. And these are the types of products that our membranes and our textiles go into. We work with customers who own brands that make clothing such as outdoor clothing, ski clothing, trousers, and even we're working with the US firefighting department at the moment to make what we call, that last photo at the end is called a balaclava. Actually, it's a filter product that stops gases, toxic gases and smoke from fires touching the skin of the firefighter. So it's actually a very good protective device that includes our membrane in the balaclava. So we have a lot of commercial products. We have a lot of interested customers around the world. We have a lot of people contacting us for PFAS-free solutions as this move away from PFAS materials. So we're in a very good position at the moment. Looking to the future, we really want to focus on three things. And with the help of our investors, such as ADB, the three things that we want to do are scale, expand, and extend. We want to continue to scale our manufacturing. We want to stay here in the Philippines and continue to manufacture in a big way. We want to expand our product portfolio beyond textiles. We want to go into things like PPE, personal protective equipment, medical mattress protection and bedding, and in long term, maybe in a more industrial applications, vents and filters for that particular market. And we also want to extend our sales networks. We have offices here in Asia. We have offices in the USA, but we also want to develop more global footprint, especially in Europe and other parts of the world. So we're doing very well. Business is very good. And with the support of ADB, I think we're on a very good path. So hopefully we'll continue to make PFAS-free products. I'm sure we'll make PFAS-free products, and we'll continue to break barriers and stop the use of PFAS-free materials and help the planet in a big way. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. Our next presenter is Kitia Vongkamjan, CEO and co-founder of Unifast Thailand. Kitia leads Unifast in transforming phage innovations into scalable solutions for sustainable agriculture, animal health, and food safety.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Hi, I'm Kitia, CEO and co-founder of Unifast. So Unifast, we are the phage biotech startup based in Bangkok. We are providing a nature-based solution to replace antibiotics in animal production, in a lot of applications, but we are moving towards like agricultural transformation I myself, my background is a food safety expert. So I look across the food supply chain, how to make the food safe from feed, from farm, and to food processing and to consumers. So to make sure that consumers get good food. And at the same time, we have to keep in mind that we are not going to harm the environment. That means we have to lower the emission of chemicals or antibiotics released into the farmlands, landfills, reservoir, and so on. So going back to what Carol was mentioning this morning about the superbugs or MR. So, you know, in livestock production, in poultry production, in the food production system, especially in Southeast Asia, we use a lot of antibiotics as a growth promoter. And at the same time, they just keep relying on use of antibiotics to kill off all the bacteria, all the unwanted bacteria, which means the more you use, the stronger the bacteria will become and turning into the superbugs. So you see that WHO projected that if we don't do anything by 2050, that's going to cost more than 10 million deaths per year. That is more than the current cause of death, cancer. That's going to go far behind the deaths from AMR. So I think looking into where the AMR starts, if we don't look at whatever closest to us is like, you can see here, starting from the primary production, the start of the food supply chain. That's where superbugs can occur and spread into from animals to food to environment to human. This is the One Health. We are living in the One Health. This is an approach that we need to really look into how we are going to control the spread of AMR here. And here I pointed out when you use antibiotics in food production, food animal production, you can see that the remaining, the unmetabolized, the unbreakable part of the antibiotics can be released into the environment, can be released into the wastewater, the sediments, surrounding water, and the food chain. That is up to 30%. And looking into our region, we are the hub in Southeast Asia. We are the largest hub for poultry production in Asia Pacific for aquaculture. Looking at the antibiotic emission release, and these are the unmetabolized part that can be into the environment and we are exposed to it. So totaling over 3,000 tons here. This is why Unifast, we provide antibiotic replacement to plug into the primary production, the start of the food supply chain, to tackle the bacterial infection. So with our technology, this is natural solution or nature-based solution. This is the phage technology. What it is, the phage is from nature, is the bacteria eater. So I have been working on this technology for more than 20 years during my master and PhD from Cornell. So I have a belief in nature-based solution, something that can solving nature issues. So you use the phage or the bacteria eater to eat other bacteria. So if you step out from this room, you walk onto the soil, you pick up some samples along the way, you will see phages. Phages are everywhere. So it's in nature already. Why not use it for the purpose to replace antibiotics, to replace something that is bad for our environment, it's bad for our consumers. So it's all natural, it's non-GMO, it's very targeted to the bad bacteria while keeping the good bacteria in the ecosystem. So this is very, very important. So we've been working into sourcing the phages. We have in-house technology to actually select and classify the phages with very specific properties to kill off the bad bacteria. So over the years that I developed, this is why we have the largest phage bank in Southeast Asia, meaning that we have variety of phages that can tackle different diverse bad bacteria. And we have the encapsulation technology, meaning that this is the effective way to deliver the active phage component into the final destination, whether it's in the gut of the animals, whether it's in the environment, whether in the food production, in the food system. So we work with our customer to really understand what bacteria they have on their farms, in their poultry production, in their shrimp farming. We need to really identify the causes of infection or bacterial contamination. Then we formulate this customized phage formulation for our customer. So this is something that we are personalized formulation for our customer to really target the bad bacteria. So we are ready to serve the animal health sector, meaning that we can tackle all the infections in animal health, like E. coli disease, vibriosis, salmonellosis, and all the feed industry, the food industry. We're going into the pet industry to control some infection on the pet, small animals. And we can also go beyond that until you can see environmental management or personal care and cosmetic. So this is how we use our product to treat infection or bacterial contamination inside the gut of these poultry birds. So the solution we provide to the to the farmers. It's shelf stable. You don't need to keep it refrigerated. We know that all the farms don't have refrigerators. So, and then we don't want to change the way how the farmers are doing the way they have been practicing. We don't want to add the work into their dairy operations. So this is just adding into the drinking water and put it in through the pipelines to for animals to kill off salmonella in the gut of the live birds. And so the farmers don't need antibiotics. And you can see that salmonella can be reduced in the poultry by 80%, protect gut health or improve microbiome, and reduce mortality rate by 38%. That is improving productivity for the farmers. And we've been working with the key the one of the largest poultry producers in the region, and and then there are we are reshaping their markets, as Joe was mentioning, when we are selling the poultry products to the EU, UK, Japan. These countries are going to test for antibiotics, whether you have antibiotic residue left in the meat. And by using our products, they don't have to rely on antibiotics. Their products are free of antibiotics, and that increase the market opportunity for our customers. And and safe for the customers as well. And we are moving into aquaculture. We partner with Thai Union. We are working with also Vietnam. So among these two countries, we are the largest shrimp exporters as well. And we got support by UNDP to explore the new products in this aquaculture or seafood space. So for our product, we use with the shrimp farms. We know that in the shrimp farms, they have Vibrio, that is the most concerned pathogen. And currently, farmers just spread a lot of antibiotics. And by using our product, after 7 days, you can see the Vibrio reduction is more than 80%, lower mortality rate, and which means you have the cost saving of over 20%. And we work with large shrimp farms in Thailand, and I think that just some front, but I think you can still see it. So we work toward producing premium antibiotic shrimp farms with the farmers in the region. So you can see that over 110 days, they can produce these premium shrimps, particularly for the export sectors. That is something that the customers in our region would want to see because of the ban of the use of antibiotics in the EU, UK, Japan, and other countries where are they exporting to. So so we are working with a world-leading producer of poultry, livestock, and aquaculture in these countries. And our products fit for large farms, easy for storage, safe for the environment, safe for the farmers. So everything is nature-based solution that's gonna be promoting among these leading poultry producers to or leading producer of poultry, livestock, aquaculture, just to align with their sustainability goal as well. So we are now in the phase for market expansion from farm to the feed sector to the food processing sector. After we got support through ADB Ventures last year through our seed round, we grow very quickly during the 1 year. We expand our team. Now we have a team of 20 people. We have R&D production team and sales and marketing team in many countries. And currently we are in the pre-A round fundraising. And after the seed round, from scaling for production, we have in-house production. We have clean room. We have certified clean room. We use we have this in-house production that we can increase the capacity by 4x. And now we have registered our products in over 7 countries and for ongoing and also for US FDA and New Zealand, Australia compliance. We work with the largest poultry players in the market, Cargill, CP, Tyson, and also in India, we are working with Saguna. So we are expanding next year into the South Asia region, and we are building this customer acquisition center, and this gonna be the center for initial customization of our formulation along together with the technical support for the South Asia. And we have the key distribution partners in this region. So our team, as I mentioned, is expanding. So now we have the team that support customers in many regions in Thailand, India, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, Korea, UAE, Australia, New Zealand. And we promote our technology to be the innovation to reduce the need of antimicrobial to achieve sustainable agriculture transformation through the FAO Global. So I think it's the time that we need to think about how we can work towards tackling AMR together. So, because if we don't do anything, remember that there will be more than 10 million deaths by 2050. And we also promote Aqua Hub in the region. So we work together with FAO, and also this is the high-level meeting of aquaculture transformation that we were featured to be the innovation for disease control and management in aquaculture. We were in the top 10 livestock management trends in 2023 for the feed supplements. So I want to really expand the use across the production, the primary production, to be the solution to replace antibiotics here. And this year we are in the Forbes Asia 100 to watch. And I think we are one of the 2 startups from Thailand that got selected in this list for biotech and healthcare. And with that, our patented technology will contribute to more sustainable food supply chains, healthier people, and animal on a happy planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kitia. Our next presenter is Mr. Yo Hui Go. He is the Regional Sales Manager at Hydroleap Singapore. Hydroleap develops advanced energy-efficient systems for industrial wastewater treatment.
Hi, can you hear? Okay, I think today I'm at the lowest end of the PFAS technology, the wastewater side. So today I'll talk more about the wastewater side. Okay, so our company, maybe I just talk about what my company is about. Okay, we are a Singapore startup founded by Dr. Mo, a chemical engineer and an R&D researcher at the National University of Singapore in 2016. Dr. Mo actually have a dream. He want to generate chemical from the electrolysis within the water and not those physical chemical. That is why he started this company. So he want to build Hydroleap on a simple but powerful premise, cost-effective, energy efficient, and environmental friendly wastewater treatment for the industries. Now, currently, we are very active in the data center. Actually, a lot of data center actually look for us to treat their cooling tower water. People like Amazon, Singtel, BXD. But we are also expanding our technology to food production and pharmaceutical manufacturing. We do have an Australia, the R&D center, who actually now doing a lot of brewery and food and beverage wastewater treatment. So these are our recent award. Actually, all these are venture capitalists. Next, Granite Asia, we have been awarded as one of the next generation Tech 30 innovators last month. And good news for us is that for our next potential investor, NTT Japan, we are one of the top 10 challenger, and we will go to Jakarta to join their innovation challenge next month in Jakarta. So at Hydroleap, we don't just treat the water, we rethink how our industry interact with the water. And today I will just talk about the most urgent challenge in our industry. Advanced chemistry talk about PFAS destruction. So I think Richard has gone through a lot of PFAS. So what is PFAS? You can see for itself. Total, there are already more than 14,000 synthetic chemicals since the 1940s until today, and the list is still growing. And it's known as a forever chemical. If you see the carbon and the fluorine bond, it's almost difficult to break. And where are PFAS found in? Firefighting foam, cookware. I think just now you have a quiz. Non-sticking cookware, you can find it. Semiconductor packaging, waterproofing coating, and of course, cosmetic. If you are putting a lot of cosmetic, you have a lot of plastic papering as well. Then, of course, food packaging, not forgetting. And it's almost everywhere nowadays. So PFAS is always finding a way. If we don't treat it, it finds a way into our environment, the water and soil. And without being able to degrade in the water and soil, it comes into the food chain, and then finally it comes into the human body. Let me talk about some impact on PFAS on our human body, environment, as well as industrial manufacturing. Okay, the human impact is there. It's not well documented, but it's showing there. PFAS exposure is linked to kidney and liver cancer. It weakens vaccination, as well as reproductive harm. It suppresses the immunity and development delays in children. Environmental-wise, is quite obvious. PFAS contaminate water, pollute drinking water source, and soil and wildlife. They bioaccumulate and biomodify, affecting the whole entire water ecosystem. So in the industrial manufacturing, we are seeing PFAS manufacturing making using PFAS facing a problem. For example, in the semiconductor or in the pharmaceutical, they are facing rising liability, reputation risk, regulatory pressure. Because all these manufacturers, that is where the wastewater containing the PFAS is discharged into our environment. So PFAS is not just a pollutant that our industry is looking at, but they are actually a system disruptor. They challenge our assumption about safety, resilience, and accountability. Next, let me introduce or talk to you about the global, Singapore, and APEC challenges and legislation of PFAS. Okay, challenges, like we understand, PFAS is persistent, it's not breakable, it's found in water, soil, and human, and now over 14,000 products worldwide. We are slow in enforcement, we are slow in our legislation. Globally, the US EPA, who should play the leader, enforces a limit as low as 4 ppt for PFAS in the drinking water. The EU is moving towards a near total ban under the REACH and the POP regulation. In the Singapore context, our water authority, PUB, detected and monitored PFAS in the drinking water since 2016. And our environmental authority, NEA, regulates the PFAS under the Protection and Management Act. And they are getting rid of the firefighting foam, which contains a lot of PFAS, by 2026 next year. So APEC, the legislation varies widely. You can see here, Australia, restrict the PFAS in the drinking water and the industrial discharge. Japan, designate under CSCA for Class 1 specified product. China put it under a priority chemical. And South Korea included PFAS as a hazardous chemical in K-REACH, in line with the EU REACH. So what can we do? The regulatory tide now is rising. PFAS is no longer a fringe issue. It is a frontline concern for our water industry, which we are looking how to treat it now. So next, I'll present to you what technology now in the wastewater or in our industry that is doing for PFAS. Okay, there are commonly used technology, phantom process, the activated carbon absorption, membrane separation, and the electrolytic destruction. Phantom process is most economical. Most of the wastewater operator use that, but it use large amount of hazardous chemical such as peroxide, chlorine, ozone, ferric chloride, ferric sulfate. Activated carbon absorption, I myself use it quite often. It's very effective, but upon exhaustion of the activated carbon, the spent media after incineration still contain residual PFAS, so it cannot really be landfill. So this created a secondary waste. The backwash water of the activated carbon itself is also a secondary waste. For membrane separation, this is actually produce the best water quality with almost no PFAS, but then it generates the secondary waste as the brine, and the high capex for the membrane system deters a lot of investor. So lastly, we look at the electrolytic destruction, which is actually the cleanest way to destroy PFAS, but requires a large amount of energy. So Hydrolib itself, as a startup, we are pioneering the electro-oxidation or the electrolytic destruction to break the carbon-fluorine bond. Our approach is to concentrate and destroy the PFAS in the ppm level rather than the ppt level, because flowing through a large amount of water in ppt level is not actually very efficient. So we prefer to destroy the PFAS in the ppm level by first concentrating it. The modular system developed aims to concentrate the PFAS and then apply targeted oxidation, converting them into the byproduct like fluoride ions and CO2. We use a special coating electrode to improve the degradation of the PFAS. So this is our R&D the leader, Dr. Ubisha. So she's heading this project now. So currently we started our R&D in April 2025, just this year, with a small grant from our Singapore enterprise, our government, for this research. So we are collaborating with the industrial partner to pilot the PFAS destruction in the semiconductor and chemical sector from January to 2026 next year. And I saw the Carlo have a pilot there. If you are interested to apply our technology, please consider for electrolytic destruction. And this is our latest update from our R&D lab. PFAS destruction now is almost more than 98% within the current density of less than 10. Okay, so the R&D team is still adjusting the current density, treatment time, and applying the different coating on the electrode to optimize energy consumption. So destruction is not just the removal, is our future for PFAS removal. And Hydrolib is building that future with a scalable chemical-free electrochemistry technology. So with all this, I thank you for your attention and time. So please contact us if you have anything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Go. We have heard from 3 speakers already. One is two of them mentioned PFAS. Another one is AMR. And we are heading into our 4th speaker. Our 4th presenter is Ms. Charmaine Kuunyeng. She is a co-founder and chief strategy officer of Nature Loop, Switzerland and Philippines. She leads a Swiss green tech company pioneering Cocoa Board, a 100% bio-based board made from coconut husk waste that offers a circular alternative to wood panels. Ms. Charmaine?
Hi, everyone. Let me just start by saying I only had 3 hours of sleep. So if I revert to Tagalog, please tell me. But all right. So
Good afternoon. So thank you, ADB. Thank you, ADB Ventures and Koi. Did he leave the room? Because he did. So I told him I was going to give my insights about ADB Ventures. My name is Charmaine. I used to be a consultant for ADB for 11 years. I used to work in international development as well, but now I am the co-founder and chief strategy officer for this Swiss-based company. I am very humbled being with all these bigger startups or bigger companies, and I hope that we will reach where you are as well. Next slide, please. So what we have is what I'm passing around. It's an alternative to medium density fiberboard or particle board. So the table that you are using right now is made out of medium density fiberboard inside. So all that and your interior panels and your kitchen cabinets and all your IKEA furniture, we can replace with 100% bio-based, non-toxic, circular material. Next. So this is what we are solving. So we have impact across so many different sectors. So one is deforestation, right? So the construction and the furniture industry accounts for 37% of the global carbon emissions, right? So in the Philippines, we actually can't produce here even if I am Filipino and I want to keep the technology here because we've killed all our forests. So all our wood panel factories have closed. But we have one of the second biggest coconut industries in the world. So we produce 15 billion coconut husk waste a year. And guess what what is being done to it? It's being burnt. And there's not many research done on the burning or the discarding, the wastage, and it's all anecdotal evidence. So we don't even know what environmental public health harm it's doing because we've completely ignored it. So all over the world, especially in the member countries of ADB, you have all these coconut producing countries. So the coconut farmers, so even if in the Philippines, it's a $3.2 billion industry, it's one of our biggest exports, our coconut farmers are the poorest. Okay, next. So this is unmonetized, abundant raw materials. Right now, apart from India and Sri Lanka, these coconut husks are not being utilized well. They're very, they make it into ropes or geotextiles. I think ADB Ventures invested in some cooler boxes made out of coconut husks as well. But they're very low value, low scale, and a lot of them still use fossil-based adhesives. Next. So this biocircularity is not a trend. And I need my notes because I'm too sleepy to remember that. So you have all these environmental regulations, especially in Europe, that are coming into effect, right? So you have the European Union Deforestation Regulation that requires deforestation-free wood-based products. So you have any wood that's going into the EU, you need to show the traceability of it. The Eco Design for Sustainable Products Regulation requires durability, repairability, recyclability. The packaging waste regulation talks about reuse and recyclability, and the other ones, like the EU Eco Label, are now phasing out hazardous substances, right? So the regulations are now coming into effect. Next slide. And then you have the furniture industry. So major buyers like IKEA and Steelcase, they are They have all their major environmental, social, and governance targets. They need to track their scope 3 emissions. And now they need to step away from the melamine urea formaldehyde, and polymeric methylene diphenyl diisoyl. Sorry, I couldn't do it. PMDI. So all these chemicals are in our furniture. All the volatile organic compounds in this, that are found in these wood panels is what we're breathing in right now. So there is a huge market for non-toxic circular materials. Next, please. So this is our solution. So it is the world's first 100% bio-based MDF alternative made from the coconut husk. It cuts carbon emissions by 77% compared to conventional medium density fiberboard or MDF. And especially relevant to this country, it's termite resistant and it has better water, fire resistant properties as well. And it opens a 1 to 2 billion bio-based market in Europe alone. Next slide. So I won't go into detail, but just to show that it's not a compromise. The bio-based, biocircular material matches with the physical properties, mechanical properties of the MDF in the market, and the price point is actually comparable to the current premium MDFs in the market. And what is also beautiful about our product is that whatever you can do with the MDF, you can do with this. So it's not a new product that has to penetrate the market. It's actually, they already know how to use it. Yeah. Next slide. So again, we are a Swiss company. We are a spin-off of one of the best wood tech schools. We pay 1,000 euros a year for our office and access to the state-of-the-art laboratory, faculty, and research. This was developed over 10 years with over 2 million euros worth of R&D money. And it's protected by an IP. So scalable because we can actually rent out existing particle board factories so that our capex can be a bit low. So right now we are producing in Europe and we are hopefully producing very soon in Southeast Asia. So we are working towards finding lead investors so that we can open up a dedicated cocoa board factory here in the Philippines because our supply chain is in the Philippines. And as a Filipino and co-owner, I want to keep the technology here. Next slide, please. So the market opportunity is huge. It is a $50 billion market for the medium density fiberboard. For Europe, it's 18 billion, and we are targeting Europe as our first launch because it has the more advanced market for sustainable materials. So yes, I will skip this. Yeah, next slide. So as you know, green tech, right? Especially when you are dealing with agricultural byproducts, the supply chain will always be your biggest headache. And that gets compounded when your supply chain is in countries like the Philippines, where governance is not the best. And so usually you have to have the grit and the experience in your team to function in emerging markets. Yes, the Filipinos are all nodding their heads. Okay, next slide, please. This is our roadmap. So we are a startup. We are at the pre-seed round. So we are now producing, our supply chain is in the Philippines. We have different supply chain models, from partnering with private sector, but also primarily partnering with farming cooperatives. So we want to work directly with coconut farmers so we can ensure that they can earn more from their coconut than what they are getting, because now they can valorize the waste instead of just leaving it piling up in their backyard. So right now we have been piloting we've been producing in Portugal. 3 weeks ago, we produced in Sweden, and soon, by the end of this year, we will be producing in Thailand. So we already have some letters of intent from different customers, and I will go there later. But the short-term goal is to just launch. So we are renting out factories in Europe, in Southeast Asia, and the third column shows that our goal is to have our dedicated factory in the Philippines and in other areas. Next slide, please. So we have these European furniture brands. IKEA has been prototyping for the past 2 years. Vitra, which is the iconic. A lot of my furniture, I realize, are knockoffs from Vitra that I bought from shops in the Philippines. So these are furniture companies that need to go green. So all these furniture companies have the mandate to be more sustainable, but their pain point is they don't have sustainable materials to reach that and to comply with environmental regulations. Next slide. So this is us. We are a very gender and culturally diverse team. We have 4 very strong Filipino women, including me. And so we are wood tech, social international development, and industry leaders from IKEA, Nespresso, Nestle, etc. Next slide, please. And we have our advisors, including, I don't know if you're Filipino, Miss Yuchenko, who is known to be the Dragon Lady of the Philippines. Next slide. So I hurried up my presentation because I really wanted to share my experience as a green tech startup, trying to navigate the labyrinth of ADB. And we are at the we have been fundraising, and I have been in charge of fundraising. We have applied for the ADB ventures for the past, I think, 1.5 years. Shout out to Daniel. We have been stuck because we are being asked to show purchase orders. Okay. So my confusion is, in a green tech company, in a green tech startup, somebody said that most green tech come from developed markets, just like in Switzerland, which has the biggest R&D financing in Europe. Most of these green technology already exists, just like ours. We already exist 10 years already with the technology. But a lot of our materials, a lot of the agricultural byproducts are in emerging markets where the infrastructure for accessing these raw materials are not developed. So a lot of our pain points or challenges fall in between this catch-22 limbo, right? You have the green tech, which already exists, but then you have supply chain infrastructure that needs government or multilateral development organizations to invest in, to develop so that startups like us are able to access these raw materials, then who is going to pay for that? And then also as a green tech startup, we in the real economy, a lot of the private equity funds are mostly looking at fintech, digital startups, because it's easier than us who are crazy enough to actually manufacture something, right? So to be able to get from that design stage to purchase orders, why are we being, I think, required? The requirements for ADB Ventures, I think, boxes us in this traditional VC template. And that is where my confusion is, because it's supposed to be supporting development, supporting green tech. There is so much milestones that we have to tick off before we can provide a purchase order, especially in manufacturing. We have to have prototypes. We have to have the money for raw materials, to rent the factory, to do several prototyping before we reach the purchase orders, right? And as a startup, a lot of you said early stage. How early stage is early stage, right? Because for you, purchase orders is the end of pre-revenue. But how in a green tech space, in circular economy, there are so many milestone opportunities that development agencies and governments miss out on. So you're looking at us, asking us to prove that we can double your money, triple your money 10 times. Basically, you're telling us, just show us that you can make a profit. But you did not ride the opportunity to prove that we can, one, valorize circular agricultural waste. We can mobilize local communities. We can help countries develop new industries. So my suggestion is, please look at milestone based finance, right? To get to purchase orders, there are several ways that we would need help. Knowledge products, you mentioned knowledge products. Right now, we would love to know what is the environmental impact of burning all these billions of coconut husks? What is the air pollution impact? What is the dengue impact? What is the socio-economic impact? As a startup, do I have to do that, right? No, it's something that we would love ADB to advocate for. And we already have the backing of the Department of Agriculture, Philippine Coconut Authority, and I'm sure if we go to different countries, we will get the same response. So my question to ADB, and also trying to navigate, we've been not shoved, but maybe shoved to different people, because I think a company like us that cuts across different sectors, it's also, there's a confusion where we fall into. So that is a question that I would love to have a discussion with. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. She raised a lot of good questions, and hopefully we could get to that soon. But before we get to the open forum, I would like to call our last presenter for the marketplace session, Mr. Kwadwo Joe Konadu Ansa Antwi. He is the founder and CEO of Biometallica. Joe is a deep tech entrepreneur pioneering sustainable precious metal recycling through synthetic biology and electrochemical technologies.
I guess after me, we can take a break. And I do share Charmaine's frustration actually with the way funding has been done in startup, but I hope we can share some notes after this meeting. So I'm Joe, the CEO and founder of Biometallica. Biometallica, we're on a mission to reduce a global reliance on traditional mining of primary ore for the production of critical raw materials. And we do that using synthetic biology. Precious metals like platinum are rare, yet they power everything from electric vehicles to cancer treatment. A staggering 70% of the global supply of precious metals comes from mining, a process that is energy intensive, polluting, and costly. About 4% of the global energy use is consumed by mining, with the grinding process alone accounting for 25% of that. About 90% of the global water stress and biodiversity loss is also attributed to the mining of critical raw materials. Therefore, adopting cleaner mining practices is essential to alleviate water stress and protect our ecosystem. On the other end of the equation is recycling. However, existing recycling technologies do little to address the challenges posed by traditional mining. Pyrometallurgy, as for instance, burns waste at high temperatures, releasing toxic fumes into the environment. Hydrometallurgy relies on corrosive chemicals that produce large volumes of secondary liquid waste. Sorry about that. Sometimes you get technical glitch at the most important time. Okay. So platinum group metals like platinum, palladium, rhodium are some of the most valuable metals and the most industry relevant. However, their recycling falls short even compared to other precious metal. The majority of what is recycled happens within the closed loop model, therefore creating opportunity for recycling in the open loop. And that's where Biometallica comes in. So today we face a massive opportunity. We've heard about e-waste throughout the whole day. In 2023 alone, the world generated 71 billion kilograms of e-waste. Unfortunately, only 20% was properly recycled, translating to about 20 billion worth of precious metal that was discarded. So this figure that we see here is supposed to grow by 33% by 2030. So we can all imagine the scale of the problem the next time we all meet here. To put things in perspective, a ton of e-waste contains about 10 to 100 times. So the reason why there is a range is because of the different components in e-waste than 1 ton of primary ore. So there is so much that we can actually extract from urban mining. And it's not just e-waste. In the same year, we generated 20 billion kilograms of spent catalytic converter. So this is what you find in emission control in your internal combustion pipe engine. And to us in Biometallica, we don't see scrap of metal. We see a gold mine. So I grew up in Ghana, and my family used to buy food from a local wet market where workers burn e-waste to recover valuable metal. This is the reality for millions, where toxic fumes pollute the environment. It's a deeply personal reminder of why safer and sustainable recycling solution is urgently needed. So at Biometallica, we reprogram nature's building block to solve real-world problems. How do we do that? Our process starts with separating precious and non-precious metal using an advanced sonication technique. Our key breakthrough lies in synthetic biology. Our engineered bacteria produces at least 70% more bioexivient than the wild strain, enabling the recovery of precious metals with over 90% efficiency. we are building a circular economy where synthetic biology redefines how precious metal recovery is done. Our patented process spans the entire value chain from feedstock pretreatment all the way to cyanide effluent breakdown and regeneration. To create a truly cyanide-free wastewater, we use a non-GMO bacteria that converts cyanide into carbon dioxide and ammonia. So cyanide has a very bad reputation, but if you understand the chemistry, it is easy to deal with, okay? And after every cycle, the best performing bacteria is kept. This ensures that the process gets smarter and more efficient over time. And furthermore, to reduce the risk of GMO bacteria getting into the environment, we isolate a special amino acid in the form of DAP, and then we create a growth media out of this. Therefore, without this growth media, the bacteria doesn't grow. And this makes a process safe and also scalable. A process is not just safe for the environment. It's 3 times cheaper, it's 6 times more energy efficient, uses 90% less chemicals compared to traditional recycling, and generates minimal wastewater. The $54 billion recycling industry is growing at 10% annually, which is driven primarily by the rise in industrial demand from the energy transition, stricter global emission requirements, and also global supply chain vulnerabilities that was highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic. So for Biometallica, within beachhead markets of Singapore, Philippines, and Hong Kong alone, we are looking at a $100 million opportunity. So how do we make money? We plan to launch with an equipment as a service model, deploying mobile recycling units directly at the customer site. And under this model, we would charge a 40% service fee. And as we scale, we'll be transitioning into an asset-light scaling expansion model where we sell our container units to customers and also generate recurring revenue through management fee and consumables such as the growth media. So why choose Biometallica? 3 game-changing reasons. 1, we deal with diverse feedstock, including e-waste, spent catalytic converters, and incineration ash, while we're covering 5 different metals. 2, we deploy our units on site, slashing transport emission, and also reducing capital expenditure. And 3, we also provide online real-time monitoring of all critical processes and metal analysis, and soon biocatalytic breakdown of all harmful effluents. Not having a good eye today. Okay. So this is not just theory. We are currently running a paid pilot with a leading Swiss refinery to recover precious metal from their waste printed circuit board. And we are on track to hit $500,000 in revenue by the end of the year. Beyond beachhead market, we'll be expanding into North America and Europe by the end of 2027, and would also include mine tailings as one of our feedstock. And global expansion will take on full steam by the end of 2028. So none of this happens without the right people. We are a team of scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs, united together by a bold mission, transforming waste into valuable resource and securing a domestic supply of critical metals. We also have the support of advisory board from academia and industry that keep us ahead of the curve. We are venture backed by some of the most respected names in deep tech innovation. To date, we've raised about $1 million from institutions and investors, including SOSV, based in New York, the Heritage Ventures, based in Indiana, the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, and Enterprise Singapore. Now we stand at a pivotal moment in Biometallica's journey. We are raising $5 million for a seed round. And here is how this money will be deployed. 40% would go towards scaling operations, specifically building and deploying 2 mobile recycling units that will form the backbone of our commercial rollout. 30% will drive product engineering by developing IoT-enabled systems with remote access control and monitoring, ensuring that the technology is safe and also scalable. And the final 30% would scale operations on the field, basically targeting high growth markets such as Philippines, Singapore, and Hong Kong, where the demand for sustainable recycling is urgent and growing. On the financial side, basically our revenue is going to move from $500,000 to about 38 million by 2030, with profitability projected to hit profitability by 2027. And by 2030, we are looking at a healthy margin of about 24%. This month, we were recognized as one of the top global deep tech startups to watch. I'm excited, and I look forward to discussing collaboration opportunities with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. So this is the most awaited part, the open forum. So now we open the floor for your questions for all of our afternoon speakers. So it could be Joe Lufkin, Pang, our 5 startups that presented today. So any questions from the people here in the room? Yes, Arun.
Thank you very much. Those are all 5 very exciting and relevant corporate models, especially from the chemicals point of view. But I just had a question for Charmaine. You mentioned governance and Philippines and the challenges. If there was one major policy transformation that you think needs to be done in the Philippines, what would it be?
It's putting maybe requirements on the coconut industry. Right now, even with the $3.2 billion industry, they're all getting away with ignoring their waste. And I think right now, the Department of Agriculture, because they have us as a viable high-value industry, they're now putting more attention on it. But if there were government regulations or more pressure, right, on these coconut industries, then I think that would help create and put investment on developing the coconut husk supply chain, which will then hopefully create more industries for other people.
Coconut waste have to be for you guys to use it?
Well, of course, for us, it's quality. So a few days old. Yeah, a few days old.
So-
It can't be rotting. It can't be
So it
rotting
doesn't-
for months.
It doesn't do any, or you're taking into your process, this waste doesn't actually do anything about the old stuff that's been lying around from the last year's crop or whatever, rotting. You have to like get into the process almost real time and take it right from the coconut processors.
Yes.
It's not the farmers, right? It's the processors.
You have different models, but the most common, the traders, the coconut husks are left at the farm level and at the traders level. Just to give you context.
Yeah.
For example, Century Pacific, which is one of the biggest coconut producers in the country, just one of them, they produce almost 900,000 900 tons of sorry, 900 tons of coconut husks a day. We only need 150,000. So imagine all the waste that is available. We would need 222 factories fully running to consume the waste that Philippines alone produces. And we're just the second biggest producers. We have Indonesia, Philippines, and India, which is in your ADB portfolio.
Thank you. Another question from Jane.
Yes. In your business model for the 5 who did a very good presentation, how do you ensure that women, youth, and the marginalized sectors are part of the equation? So how do they benefit from your companies? How do you ensure that they participate meaningfully?
That's for everybody, that question, right?
At a consumer level or at the team level, like consumer level? Okay. So for us, obviously, one of the things that I highlighted was the fact that we are reducing the global reliance on traditional mining. And in most developed, in the global south, children, women are used on these sites to mine the critical metals that we all use in our phones. And so for Bimetallica, for every container that we deploy, there's going to be about a few women and children who would be taken off the mines, and these kids would then find themselves in schools other than mining the metals, because we need these metals. But the way we are getting it is the wrong way. Of course, we're not going to 100% replace traditional mining, but we're going to reduce the reliance on it. So that's the way our products and the way we are deploying our technology would affect women and children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, for us, we will directly work with farmers. So there are female-led cooperatives, female-led cooperatives, or you may have female-headed households. Of course, it depends on if the local municipality is actually gathering data on the female-led households. But there are possibilities of prioritizing female-led cooperatives. And also, we are looking more into community development. So we will be partnering with a lot of NGOs to piggyback on their community development activities so that we can really bring out the whole comprehensive integrated development, social impact of our business.
Yeah, for us, Unifa, so we have different layers that we work with our customers. So when we work with corporate partners, we normally involve with also female veterinarians on the board for taking the products for contract farms to use. So I think that's the level we actually have female to be involved with at that level. And and on the farms for management for the farms, they also have veterinarians or operators for the farms that are female as well. And when we look at the aquaculture industry, now I have to admit that we work with second or third generation of the farm owners. So we have seen a lot of female to become farm owners now that I really have business. I deal with at least 2 already trim farms, like one of the large trim farms in Thailand that are, they're female. So I think that's something that we've seen increasing in the industry. And also for us as innovators, we are also working with other female entrepreneurs to plug in our technologies and anything to be combined with our technology to drive their industry together. So I think inside out, we are working across. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, do we have more questions? Yes.
Yeah, hi. This one's directed to Nibertex. Sorry, I think I maybe I just missed it from your presentation earlier, but I just wanted to understand what you're looking for right now, right? I don't think I got it. Like, are you guys raising funds? Are you looking for a strategic partner? Are you looking for someone to open doors for distribution? Like, what are you looking for right now? Thank you.
So we're actually already a commercial venture. We've got support from ADB already in terms of financing, but we also have other institutional investors. We just secured our Series A, I think, just a few months ago already. So we've got quite a significant amount of funding. Moving forward, though, we're continuing to look for funding, maybe several years down the track as we start to expand. I put a future direction slide up around expanding into new markets, expanding our manufacturing, expanding our global sales network. So that will all take future funding and future support from institutional investors and private investors going forward.
All right, thank you.
Question at the back.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Ian from Microbiology Society. Yeah, my question is addressed to you, sir. Since great that with your technology avoids the use of PFAS, so designing out that potential waste and chemical pollution. However, still a polymer, and this may have been asked by investors probably or in the past, but I'm curious as a microbiologist that how does this compare with other polymer materials that generate microscopic particles of plastics, so or nano and
I don't think sorry, got Jamin Park here, who's the co-founder, but I was just looking to him to say, I don't think we have anything like microplastic waste. I think, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. Because it's a polymer, so it's just like plastics.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can answer that question fully. I mean, there are processes that we have in place to try and minimize and reduce any sort of pollution activities that happen. I'm not really fully aware of specific microplastics that are a byproduct of our procedure. So I can't really answer that question other than that point at this point in time. Sorry.
Thank you. We have a question from online.
Okay, can I just follow up kind of
Okay.
a corollary to that one?
Go ahead.
I think what my colleague was trying to get at, and what I wanted to ask you, Richard, I'm not a material scientist, and maybe you mentioned it. What is the actual material?
Yes.
What is it actually?
So yeah, I didn't put it up there. I didn't want to be
Yeah.
too technical, but it actually is a polyurethane that we use today, a polyurethane material.
Okay, because in this business, not me, but in the work we do with the chemistry community, is they call it regrettable substitutions. So you replace a PFAS, a polluting or a harmful material, with something else, but there isn't enough science on it to understand that maybe there could be other negative impacts of the new material. That's all.
Yes. Okay. No, I think right now, from what we understand, polyurethane is a relatively safe material. And actually, what we're also looking towards is to develop some other material portfolios using nylon membranes. So today we make a polyurethane. We want to look towards making a nylon membrane. And what that will do actually is if we combine a nylon membrane with a nylon textile, that would actually help from a recycling perspective, because now we have what we call a monomaterial. The textile and the membrane are the same. So actually recycling will become even easier as we develop those types of products. So that's sort of probably the next step in terms of how we can progress and help from an environmental perspective, is make monomaterials.
Maybe I follow up from his point of view. So I'm in the wastewater treatment industry for a long time. Today's product is environmental friendly. 10 years down the road, nobody knows what happened. It's exactly what happened to PFAS, right? So as we evolve, some products cause harmful body, and then as an industry, we also need to evolve the treatment technology, like what our company is doing. So this is he cannot answer, and me also, we cannot answer the same, right?
A question from online.
So there's a question here from online from Shingai. This is for NiberTex.
Did I hear correctly that you were working on laminates too? Is this for packaging solutions?
Right now, we make a membrane and we're working towards building a laminate. And what a laminate is actually we bond a textile to the membrane. That's the definition of a laminate. Today, we are focusing purely on the fabrics industry. We haven't yet got, I think the question was, are we going into the plastics packaging industry, was it?
Solutions.
Packaging solutions, no. So today, Nibertex is focused solely on textile industry and not packaging solutions. However, future, there could be some opportunity in that space.
Thank you. Maybe we can take one more question. Yes, please.
Yeah, the technology from this question goes to Dr. Kitty Yap. So it's a very 30 years ago. I asked a question to my professor, and he had no answers in 1995. So it was too early, 30 years too early to ask the question, how could bacteriophages could be used for medical, let's say, topical infections, skin infections of, let's say, antibiotic-resistant infections. So you actually hit that that niche where you could kill the salmonella, the vibrio, which are basically biggest problems we have today, including in wastewater. So you're able to sideline the use of antibiotics. Now, my question is, what heavy metals? So this is a benefit that I see. So I'm going to ask the question: what give us two heavy metals that your technology avoids if used in the livestock industry? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, when we look at the feed supplements or the composition that we may add into the feed for livestock production or animal production, I think you can see the combination of like some feed supplements that may include the heavy metals, which I'm not sure what would be the list, but yeah, I think even minimal amount of those, when you add it up and you have high volume of food animal production, that can also cause an issue with that heavy metal. So I think you just want to see the comment how the phage can actually remove some of those, right, from the system.
So I'll be direct. The hog industry, which is a major industry in Southeast Asia, including the Philippines, produces a lot of manure, and this has killed majority of rivers in the mainland, Luzon, where Manila is also located. So much of the pig manure contains copper and zinc because it's used as in addition to antibiotics to ensure that the pigs, especially the piglets, do not die early in their life cycle and they reach maturity. Likewise, in the poultry industry, they use copper and zinc additives to ensure that the chicks, the mortality stays within 5% of the population. So they accept 5% death of piglets and chicks as a normal loss. Okay, so that's what you are avoiding if your technology becomes widespread across countries. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let me just briefly add to that. Now I get your point. Yeah, there are some of the heavy metals with the ion that will have actually the benefits of removing the bad bacteria, the bad pathogen from the gut of the animal, so that they have better absorption rate, they have better FCR, they have high growth rate, something like that. Yes, I think of course, yeah, by removing all of those heavy metals or ions that will have ability to kill some of the bacteria by removing those and using our products. Yeah, I think that's just the way to go around. And then, yeah, you don't have any residual or heavy metals left in the, in the environment or farmland. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for all of your wonderful questions. If you have something burning, you can ask them after this event. Okay, so according to our schedule, we're supposed to be taking a break, but we decided that we want to let you off early. So we are going to push through with our next presentation, and hopefully we can end before the traffic comes. So our next presentation, I need to move it myself. Right. So our next presentation is going to be presented by myself. I am Charmaine Caparas. I am the Knowledge Management and Communication Specialist for CWFPF. And so all of the things that we discussed this morning, it needs to come down to a place. And so this is what we are proposing, the Knowledge Hub and e-marketplace. So we want to connect knowledge to investment. And this hub that we are proposing is more than just a finance mechanism. It's a platform for solutions. And so to reduce chemicals and waste pollution, we must connect policy, finance, and innovation. And just to sum up the communications and knowledge management strategy, we want to ensure that what we learn informs what we fund. And so with this, we wanted to capture, organize, share, and apply knowledge to strengthen investments. So we have our 3 objectives, which are to enhance awareness of chemicals and waste pollution. One of the speakers pointed out, like, where do we find information? Is it up to them to find it? Where do we put it? So we also want to facilitate knowledge exchange and adaptive learning, engage and mobilize partnerships and finance. So this hub that we are talking about, it's a knowledge hub plus an e-marketplace. And right now, it seems to be a buzzword. Everyone is doing a marketplace. So what's so different with ours? So we wanted to do the same. Like some people are doing knowledge hubs. It's a digital repository. You can find a lot of information there. It's a community of practice. But there are also people who are doing e-marketplace, which is a matchmaking platform between investors and solution providers. They showcase bankable projects and inclusive circular investments. But we noticed that not a lot of them have both. And so we are trying to do something that's sort of like a hybrid and brings together those 2 things. So if you look here, this is sort of the plan that we have. We want to establish the marketplace and the hub, and then we want to use this to inform decision-making, investment readiness, and pipeline development. And at the end, we want to connect this knowledge directly with investment and scaling, and eventually get to the end, the global environment benefits. So we did a little bit of benchmarking. Let's start with something that's close to home. We looked at the Jeff website, some ADB hubs that we currently have. So as you can see, I'm not going to go through with all of them, but you see some of the gaps that we have, and a lot of them have really good features and very, very inspiring for us also. They have very user-friendly interface. They have like curated learning. You could filter through all of the content. And we thought that was a great feature to have, and it's useful. But then there are also gaps and limitations. It's less investor-oriented. It's specific to a certain theme. There's no finance workflow. It's not a public deal marketplace. Yeah, and it requires contextual adaptation and the governance model. we looked at outside also, like how do they do marketplaces and matchmaking platforms. So we looked at UNDP SDG Investor Platform, Convergence Blended Finance, Temasek Trust Foundation, Aviva PLC. So a lot of these things you can see some of the gaps, it's not transactional, it's member gated data. So at certain levels, you would only get access to certain things. It has geographic limits. It's just Southeast Asia. We're trying to, expand across the region and not just Southeast Asia. And lastly, there's no chemicals and waste focus. And so we thought there's an opportunity there that we could create a place where all of these limitations will be addressed. And so apart from the usual, of course, the Knowledge Hub will have policy briefs, case studies that's demand driven. Like if you feel like this is something that you feel that you need to know more about this, there should be a study on this. We could feature those studies in the Knowledge Hub. We have toolkits, we have multimedia, we also have e-learning features. Now let's go to the marketplace. This is the finance sort of part of the hub. It will have investment profiles, co-financing opportunities, inclusive innovation stories. Again, it's demand driven. If you request you can request support, applications, etc. And very important, we wanted to include feedback mechanisms. So why is a knowledge hub and a marketplace central to CWFPF success? Well, we think it is the nervous system of the whole project because it connects ideas, people, and capital. And so through this living ecosystem, there could be innovation, collaboration, and impact. So some of the things that we're looking at is scaling, inclusion, trust and transparency, visibility, and learning. That's it. Very, very quick. Yes. Yes, we have a question. Yes, sure.
Since ADB is demand led, government led usually with your sovereign financing, it would be very interesting to understand what are the pain points of the governments. In terms of their waste chemicals and what opportunities are there for circular economy. Like it would be nice because the Knowledge Hub, yes, we can do our chat GPT, get that information, but what we cannot access or maybe have more analysis are the pain points, the appetite, the priority areas of your DMCs.
Can I?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Good question. It's not just us, but a lot of organizations do this, is work with governments to identify their investment priorities. So in this case, when we were developing the project, when we were designing it, we had a lot of consultation with city governments. And so we would talk to cities. Very few of them prioritize waste infrastructure as a top investment priority. In fact, it's usually dealt with quietly. They don't want to admit in some countries that there's a waste problem. We know that there is. And they would rather have better use of public funds. They'll say, look, if we invest in waste infrastructure, that is a trade-off against our education, our health, and our other investments. So it's a tough sell. But we have been working with the partners. You saw in the operating model, we have a lot of government partners that we would work with, subnational and national. And so part of what we will do in this project, it wasn't highlighted today, but we will tap the work that other organizations have done to help city governments to understand the problems and the nature of the problem and the nature of the solution. So if they have a landfill issue, and we may facilitate consultations or introductions to various types of solution providers, technical, social, and financial. So that's fine. But for ADB, it really has to come through the relevant Ministry of Finance or Department of Finance or Department of Planning. So they would have to be encouraged to do that with within their own governments. But there are other avenues. For example, with C40, they have a fund. They can help governments develop solutions on their own at the city level. And so that's what they're doing. And the World Bank helps do the investment funding. So there's many different ways to do it. And there's a whole constellation, Joe has already outlined some of it. There's a whole constellation of financing organizations out there
Yes.
that need to be encouraged.
And maybe it would be also helpful for you to consolidate different funding options for green tech startups, for example, because there are so many, but focusing on circular economy, waste and waste and chemical pollution, it would be very helpful because to navigate, especially ADB has a lot of other partners, private equity, but also you have impact. You have Temasek, you have UN agencies, but there's no one hub that can inform what are the funding opportunities for that sector. That would be helpful.
Sure, and I'm going to come to you, Joe. There is a hub now, but this is something that we have been working on, but it's long-term, is a mapping of institutional investors. Most of them are very large, as Joe has already mentioned, but I'll turn it over to Joe to respond to.
I just put in my 2 cents quickly. One thing that most people who are coming into the question of how do I finance my business, one thing that most people don't know instinctively or have learned is that the type of financing, okay, let's just say, venture capital, mezzanine, straight equity, private equity, debt, all the different flavors of debt. A company's ability to get that kind of money in each of those little categories depends so much on the point in its evolution that company has reached. It's not like you just go knock on the door. I'm a startup, hi, and go knock on the door of some pension fund and say, "Hi, give me $5 million." The door will be slammed in your face. It just doesn't work. So, and I hear what you're asking for, and it's a great idea, but it's horses for courses, by which I mean there has to be some kind of diagnostic process of the company to identify sort of where you are and what is it you need, and is there anybody out there in the market who will talk to you, and then map that after the diagnosis, map that on the market, and having triaged them. Well, these guys do private equity, these guys do venture, these guys do direct lending, these guys only do funds, so on and so on. So it's not like you can just publish a list.
But you have your investment thesis as different funds, so maybe just to be able to know who are.
But it's fair. I'm not trying to talk you out of a great idea. It's much more complicated than you think, because let's say, oh, I'm going to go to Carlyle, or oh, I'm going to go to Apollo, or whatever. These are big fund management group. I'm going to go to Franklin Templeton. The world of money management has gotten so corporatized, and so, I mean, they call them institutions for a reason. They're huge organizations. And somebody like Carlyle, or I don't know, Cerberus, we've dealt with, it's a big American private debt and private equity management company. They have something like 286 separate funds. Okay. Each of those funds has been sold to some subset of the world of end investors for some slightly different. Oh, this one is America, this one's UK, this one does Europe, this one does Asia, and then little, tweaks, and those are products that they design and they sell to the way, the end investor market out there. You have to know which fund can do what, and then which team at Carlyle or Cerberus or Apollo or Double Line or whoever, which team manages that fund and who put the money into that fund, what's the fund supposed to do? It's super granular in a really annoying way, but that's the market. That is the market. So easy to make a list. But what good is it going to do you unless you know like which specific team in the firm on that list is going to listen to the story about your company because you're at a specific place. That's all I'm saying.
I was going to say, Charmaine, so I noticed you guys are just doing your pre-seed, and luckily we have closed our pre-seed. We are doing a seed. Bring put together 52 questions for startups to evaluate whether you are VC ready. I will share that with you after the meeting. I think it'll be very helpful for you guys.
Yeah, excellent idea. It's very good at given a set of criteria. It's very institutional justice. I use it.
One more point, again, from my experience, I think your team might benefit from attending some accelerators because they teach us how to actually evaluate these things. Again, I'm just sharing experience because we've gone through it, and I think from the question you're asking, I kind of feel that you might benefit from accelerators and incubators at this early stage because they are the ones that actually invest in pre-seed. VCs, like Joe is saying, they will require revenue. And like you're saying, where's the LOI, where's the PO and all that? So accelerators, incubators might be really, really good for you guys. And I do have a couple of good ones in deep tech for you. Again, I can share them with you if you're interested.
Be different from the market, private planet's market? How long are you thinking about?
Can I? Yeah, sure. So what we're doing here is just seed venture. It's small stuff. And it's to help companies like yours and others to take that first step. It's bridging, really, is what it is. And there'll be a lot of facilitation to make introductions, as Joe has mentioned also. I think your best option to understand ADB better is to talk to the PSOD people, not just Daniel and Pang, but the rest of the private sector operations as well. Pang, would you like to?
Yeah, I can add a bit on that. So I think back to Joe's point, right? In the spectrum of financial provider, actually there's like different type of that. And when you lay impact into that, there's also a very wide spectrum of impact investor. Some impact investor may be impact first and looking more on a social enterprise type of company. Some impact investor may support mainly on like say R&D development, or let's say some of the national innovation center in most of the country provide a lot of like R&D pilot support, usually grant, even non-dilutive. And then you have a relatively more mature investor who look at more kind of like a stage where the company already commercialized or trying to scale up. So back to Joe's point and back to, I think also, both of Joe's points. I think it's also about really trying to find the good fit between what the company wants and also what are the type of investment or support that each of the investor would provide. Because I would say not all capital are the same. Even if two investors come to you and say, hey, I want to give you 1 million each, but each of them will have very different expectation and requirements. So it's more like, I don't think it's more about not really finding the impact capital, but it's more like the right type that really fit with what you need.
Thank
I
you
hope
so
that
much.
helped.
Thank you so much. And those are really important questions. I'm sure some of you have more, but unfortunately, we have to close our event today. And so for the closing remarks, I would like to call Cheng Feng Shang, Senior Director, Agriculture, Food, Nature, and Rural Development of ADB.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, I saw this discussion today is so rich, so many unanswered questions we still need to continue to discuss. But again, this is one of the first kickoff for this very important areas, particularly for this facility, how we can carry this agenda forward. Again, I saw is today's roundtable discussion on this chemical and waste facility, partnership facility. I saw is we already built up this very, very strong community of the parties. I think we need to use this energy, carry this agenda forward. By using this opportunity, I want to share 3 key observations. Number one, of course, today we already discussed about the importance this topic. We discussed about the the chemical pollution, not only just about environmental issues, but more importantly, of course, is also have an impact on macroeconomic and human health issues. So every year, today we discuss about the estimated 2.7% of the global GDP, closer to the $2.3 trillion lost due to the health and also productivity impact of pollutions. This is not just a distant statistics. It also represents everyday reality of degraded ecosystems, strained health systems, and also the missed economic opportunities. The second point, this is very much from my sector office. Increasingly, this bank will elevate food security as the #1 corporate priority. 2022, our former president announced a $40 billion food security ambition. By the end of this year, we're going to deliver most of them. The new president, Kanda announces a new incremental $26 billion food system transformation ambition. So I think this week, our new president going to approve or endorse ADB's food system transformation approach. So this approach going to highlight the interconnections between the natural people productivities. The fertilizer, pesticides, pharmaceutical or ensure the affordable nutrition reach the limit. That growth model no longer sustainable. So productivity cannot continually be sustained simply through the application more chemical. So this need to come from the innovations, the efficiencies, and also stewardship. So that comes to my third point. That is precisely why we need to have this facility to make the whole process more transformative. That's why we need to have the full system transformation. So this facility itself, not only just another financing instrument. I heard in this room we discussed about why we need to have another facility. I believe this is not only just another platform, just for financing itself, but it's for systematic change. So this is going to mainstream chemicals and the waste then into our future project design. This is also very important to enable one of the team leaders to de-risk investments, unlock new financing, help our developing member countries address legacy pollutions. You probably, colleagues in this room, you travel in our DMC, many of these soil pollutions, contaminated sites because of the legacy issues. Reducing the current emissions, of course, very important, but more important is prevent future contaminations across one of the sectors. Agriculture, of course, is the number one. For future, of course, energy and also the urban sectors. So again, this today we heard so many innovations from the PFAS-free membranes and also biological methods recovery and also chemical-free safety solutions. Many are, this type of innovations being discussed today. Now, the most important now, through this community, through the facility, we need to collect these innovations to our finance, policy, partnerships, and then they turn this type of innovations or ideas into the transformative investments. That is the importance, that is the functions of this facility. So when we move forward, of course, we need to continue to build this momentum, mobilize more partners, more knowledge, more human capitals, make this facility as a cornerstone of the ADB's, one of the ADB's sustainability architectures. Again, in the past, we have the facility for the water pollution, facility for the air pollution. Really, is time for us to launch this chemical and waste financing facility. So again, thank you so much for your engagement, your ideas, and commitment. I believe together we can turn this Taiwan chemical pollutions into building the more clear economies, healthier communities, and a more resilient Asia and also Pacific. Again, from the FNR sector perspective, I committed together with you guys and elevate this vision and also inspirations to the next level, translating the DMC's lending pipeline. Thank you so much, Aaron, and also one of the colleagues. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Again, this is the first of many, many more conversations that we are going to be having. We hope you will also actively participate in those upcoming meetings, workshops, and discussions. And with that, thank you, everyone. We invite you to have refreshments outside. Thank you.